All right. Let's play our favorite song. Of course. What were we? Oh, right. We got to get our
Keep everything that spills out of the dark locked up behind your lips. It's
do that later.
like secrets that slowly slip. Shadow in the spotlight. No stars inside.
What's the link to this video? Oh, you know what else we need to do? What's up, Daniel? We gotta put a new section in here. Hope. Oh man. Hopefully that didn't blow up everybody's ears. Shoot. My bad. Publish. I have loads of money? How did you find out, Nerf Rust? How have I been discovered?
Yo, what's up YouTube? It's me, TJ.
Wait, can't I get a really short URL for this video? There was an ad in the placeholder tab.
Yo, what's up YouTube?
Oh. This one's a shorter URL. Nice. We can do I have a YouTube command right now? I don't think I do. Commands, add YouTube. Latest video. Neovim comp. Channel. No, I should just link my actual channel, right? Okay. Boom. Gotta hit him with that bang YT. Tab confirmed. John says, whoa, Orda. Hold your horses there. Hold your horses. Never say something like that again to me. Oh, man. Should I pin? I should probably pin this one, right? So that's at the top. Okay. Anyways, glad you liked the video. I should add a bit of spice to my YouTube banner. That is a good idea. I don't have anything to put there. Banner, teach, lolcat. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. What I should do is get an actual logo. That would be a smart move. You know? That would be something where you'd think, wow. For producing so many videos and doing all these other things, you'd think that TJ would, I don't know, find a logo and have some branding. But I haven't done that yet. So I don't know what to tell you. Telescope.rs.nvim. Experimental features for telescope in Rust. The safest telescope known to mankind. Or can I not say mankind anymore? Am I gonna get in trouble? Known to humanity. D. All right. Okay, that's good. Like an evil logo, sounds on the villain. Sure, if that's what I needed. A lunchbox, that could work. Nerf Rust, subbing cuz Rust. Oh no. We're becoming Rust stream. Rusty telescope. Levu, I'm very glad you liked the video. Numb to Stir, you're next up on the list. I think we're gonna do comment Neovim next. Oh, bro, science. Glad you liked the video too. Thank you very much. I'm really glad everyone is liking it. Just shorten it to T-Rust. You can T-Rust me. Do you know good repo contribute to? Need one for my class doing Hacktoberfest. A Rust repo, Antonio? You could do Vim 9 JIT if you wanted. Or you could do SG and Vim. This one would be more complicated. This one could be fun. I better go make the code look better then. You've got at least till Monday. I'm gonna be gone on next Tuesday, but I'm thinking of doing Take Tuesday just on a different day of the week. Don't tell YouTube, they won't know that it was misscheduled. What's up, Recursive? And Toad, do I have to do something to enable this for Hacktoberfest? I could sketch out a few things for it. There's like no time left. Tech Wednesday. Well, the joke is that it's Take Tuesday, like Take Two, like a second look. That's the joke, chat. That's the joke. Do I type cargo new inside here? Do I type cargo init? Name, telescope RS. No, I don't actually want that, right? Get clean empty. Cargo new. Cargo init lib. Okay. There we go. I want a lib. It's still in source though. Oh, okay. Nice. It works. It works. Maintainers decide whether the project can add a hash. All right. So if I do that for you, then that would work. Are you interested in this project? Do you know what the project is? I don't even know where I'm supposed to put this. Project topic. What is this stuff? Is this a Twitter profile or something? How do I even know where that is? Project topic. Topics. When to watch the Penguins play on Tuesday, number 17. Name is Brian Rust. Oh my goodness, they're taking over professional sports too? We're doomed. We're literally doomed. I'm actually doomed. I'm gonna be forced to use it, just like in my video, just like we talked about. Okay, so we can do this. Cargo Tommel. Whoops. I don't want to do 53 though. I want to do legit, I think. And then I can take this guy here and I can do this. Okay. Yeah, so if you wanted to though for this project, you could do something like just pick something that we're not currently parsing or that we're not currently lexing and start adding those. So if you want, you can make an issue of like, you would just go open up like a later version of Vim, help Vim 9 script. you can read through a little bit of this. Like we don't have any way right now to do like this stuff here, like set or something like that. We don't have any way to start something with a colon and write it. So if you wanted to do that, that would be cool. Yes, Dagley, I'm familiar with that. Rust 2021 edition just released yesterday. Some good stuff. Oh, nice. I haven't checked it. So you'll get a chance to learn maybe a little bit about parsing and a little bit of other stuff like that too, which could be kind of fun. I think I need one size smaller. Okay, so now we do Migder Lua. Oh, I don't want to call it my module though. My module. No, thank you. I want to call it it's actually called Lib Telescope RS. Lib Telescope RS. I think that's what I actually want to call it. So we got to do it like this. And then ln-s hood target debug lib telescope so to Lua here. Yeah, no problem, Antonio. Worst comes to worst, Antonio, if you can get, I can get 4 PRs just merged for you if you want. I don't care. As long as you're trying and meeting what you need. Well, your Emacs color scheme looks great. True. You can find out by doing colors. Uh-oh, I didn't change project yet. Commands, edit, project. Working on, or let's say investigating, using Rust to do some stuff to extend telescope. We will see what happens. Smiley face. All right. So if I do this, I can go to plugins, telescope RS. The plugins, telescope rs.nvim. The intro, you liked the intro, Munitor? I'm glad you liked the intro. Very happy to hear it. Did you like the cut to us dancing and doing Ferris dance later? But I'm glad you liked it. I thought it was pretty funny. You know, I definitely laughed when I thought of it. Wow, lots of stuff got merged in, huh? Update README? Uh-oh. Is everything I said wrong? Can't I like open this or something? I don't know. Whatever. I'm sure it's okay. No. Okay, hello, Manoix. I need to contribute to 3 repos in the month. I already did 2. One was 2D game line and a Discord bot. So nice. Very cool, Antonio. Monitor, it makes me happy to know that you laughed. Test.lua. Require lib telescope RS. Alright, let's try this. Undefined symbol, Lua open, lib telescope RS. So do I don't remember, do I have to call it just this, telescope RS? Might I just have to call it this? Cargo build. Whoops. Okay. Let's try again. Undefined symbol. Lua open. Lib telescope RS. Lib telescope RS. What's inside of Lua here? Lib telescope rs.so. I should have this on my... Oh, it's definitely finding it, I guess. So I don't remember my module. Lib telescope RS. Beautiful. We've got it, chat. We are there. So I should be able to do something with hello. I can just call this and I'll just print hello. Okay, so I can do this. Say this. Hello world. If I run this, hello world. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, we are set up then. Now I can write code. I can write code and we can see what happens. So. Oh. By the way, chat, if you can give not this one. What? Where is it? Where this tweet? Commands add RT. If you can give this tweet some love, chat, that'd be appreciated. It's very helpful for getting new people to watch the YouTube contents. The YouTube contents. All right. We gotta go here. We gotta go to finders. We gotta look at something. Maybe we should look at the simplest one first. I'd like to do one async one shot. So what does this one even look like? So my goal today, or I don't even know if we'll be able to do it in one day. Also, where you mentioned how you love comp setup and engine loan sources and other repos. Yeah, or you're saying because that's how I like how Telescope does at least that to some extent as well. All right, so here's what we're gonna try and do today. Here's what my goal is to try and do. I don't know if we'll be able to finish it because I'm still not that good at Rust. Right, I mean, everybody already knows that. Just like it defines me now, but I'm not that good at it. So my goal is I would like to be able to write a finder. Right, so finders, what are finders in Telescope, chat? Finders are the thing that basically decide what to put inside of here, right? So they determine what's in this section right here. I want to try and write a finder in Rust because what I'm considering doing is writing a truly asynchronous finder, as in it does all of the work including text processing in an actually different thread. That's what I would like to do, because we don't actually have separate threads right now in terms of like running on a different OS thread. We have threads in the Lua sense, which are coroutines. And I would like to explore how to make that happen. Other thing I should do is let's make sure I'm on the latest here. And then I'm going to check out. Okay. So now in case I need to change anything inside of here, I can do that without having to worry. Yeah, we're trying to get fancy, Antonio. We're definitely trying to get fancy. Because what does this actually do? What does this actually do, right? Are we learning on the job here? Oh, that's the only thing we do on stream. Okay. So we should get back command our... So the very, very, very first simplest thing, right, is we could do this. I'm trying to think about this. Whoops. Telescope pickers. Okay. So where do we call finders? Do we call finder just like this? But I don't know that we actually need to call it like that. Finder close, finder. Okay. Let's try instead. What if we say this finder find? Here. This will break everything. Break literally everything. It'll be like, yo, attempt to call find. Can't do that. Yes, I already know that. What if I change this to be find? Oh, but this should be this way. Like this. And now we do this. And now we do this. This is an async one shot. Find. Do I have that turned off? I literally don't know how to navigate now without do I have reload off? Should reload. Okay. Finder, picker, refresh, finder. Default method find 418. How about I change this? Self.finder find. Okay. Sure, so we'll go to here, async job finder. Instead of having call, we're gonna have find. Static. Well, I also want to change this to be find. Huh. Is this not getting reloaded here? Let's just test this out again and do here. Attempt to call method find on 418 a nil value. So async one shot finder return set meta table. Oh shoot! Right, of course. I actually can just do like this now, and I don't need to set a meta table, and I can just do this. Beautiful. Chat. No one knows how to use Vim with plugins. Shame. Telescope even more room. That's the goal, Seb. We'll see what happens. Did you consider changing your name? Telescope Johnson doesn't really reflect your Rust personality. Connie, that's true. We do need to find a new, but oh wait, no, Connie. If we rewrite parts of Telescope in Rust, then is it not the most Rustation thing possible? Have you thought about that? Is there anything more Rustation than rewriting something? In Rust? I don't think so. Not that I know of. So it kind of feels like Telescopic Johnson would be a good one. Oh, Nart, welcome. Yeah. Mr. Stormfield, you can Lua and... Oh, how can you? By using this excellent project called mlua. Commands add mlua. Very, very cool project that lets you write Lua inside of Rust or export Rust code as a Lua module. Okay, so that's what we're gonna test doing today. We're gonna see if it's possible. Telescopic jitter. Muted her. Oh, you're a genius. I love it. We're gonna hopefully make Telescope faster. It remains to be seen. We haven't performance tested or anything yet, but we'll see what happens. Tiny Dean asks, hello Teach. One question, what do you do when you encounter a very difficult problem you've never faced before? I'm in a situation where my knowledge in Angular/TypeScript is not enough to complete a task. First, are you working on a team or are you working by yourself, Tiny Dean? what's like the context? You know, is it just that you're working through it in your own personal life, or what's the scoop? What's the scoop there? All right, so we just need to change each of these to, instead of doing this, we just don't even need set meta table anymore. They're just gonna be regular old tables. Okay, so this one has closed though, right? Yeah, it does. Okay. In team, but in front end, I'm alone. Okay, so you're the only front end engineer on your team. Well, what kind of like you're just being asked to do something that you don't like? Does your team know that you don't know how to do that? I just assume everyone on the front end knows how to do everything on the front end because the whole world is too confusing for me. I can't even build a new project. Like I start trying to build something, it's like you need Webpack. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm packing. How do you fit the web inside of one thing? I don't know. It's just divs, but like what is a div? It's too complicated for me. I mean, have you guys seen my website? This is my website, chat. You know what I'm saying? This is the level of my front end. This is Web 4.0. I will say this is Web 4.0. I need to create an Angular tree with Angular material, but with drag and drop. Tiny, have you asked on like Prime's Discord or maybe I really don't know. In general, what I would do to try and solve a problem that I've never encountered before is try and break the problem down into smaller problems that you might be able to solve. So like, how could I get anything to drag and drop? How can I build, you know, so like try and break the problem down into smaller problems. You might be able to find resources or other things like that that could answer the questions. That's my first choice. Your website's broken. It's actually loaded. Look at how fast it loads too. It's instant, basically, you know? I like that. I'm sure I'm not like CDN or anything either, so. It's beautiful and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I'm not good. So I did think of a cool idea for the website. It will still be static and really simple. Embed WASM compiled Vim in website, write website as Vim plugin. So Mitch, it's actually not that complicated. What I wanted to do, I don't know how to style anything, but I thought it would be sweet to basically like have the website look like when you open up NVim, like this. Is it like intro, where you type this, but then it's this is just some info about me, and then that's it. But it looks like you're inside of Vim. Like this would just be the website, little floaty window in the center. That was the only thing that I thought would be kind of fun to add. Otherwise, I'm not going to add very much to it, I don't think. It wasn't very expensive, but I thought, how can I pass on Tej.tv? Not bragging, nor I'm saying I can help you write about an Angular GDE. Do you like my Discord? Yeah, Nar, if you hop in this Discord, you should be able to find me on there. You can just PM me and we'll see what we find out. Vavershma, hey, welcome. Pay someone on Fiverr and review it. There's some Hugo templates like that. Yo, what's up, Colonel? Yeah, so I don't know. I'm either it will be a joke and it will look like the terminal, or it will remain. I mean, chat. I mean, look at this HTML. Look at it. I mean, have you ever seen a better website? This is my whole website right here. Yeah, you know. Not too bad, huh? Not too bad. Wait, what the heck is this garbage? YouTube HD? What? I don't even know what this is. But look at this. Style in the HTML. In the HTML. That's because I don't need two files. I don't even need to load two different files. I think it's about 100 bytes. Yeah, when I network record. Why didn't it do anything? What? There's nothing here. Why isn't there anything here? I don't even know how to do this. Oh my goodness. Anyways. Oh, I toggled record off. I see. Okay. What is this? Request provider.js. There you go. 84 bytes, baby. You should have looked for teach.dv. That's not a valid TLD. Honestly, it's so much more fun to write. I just drag and drop things through FileZilla. Can you embed Neovim on a website? You can, but you wouldn't be able to. You'd have to have something running on your side. That's Fire Envim. TeachDV isn't a valid TLD. So valid TLDs .dv is not a valid TLD. I looked for it already. I tried to get teach.dev, but someone already had that. And I didn't want to spend a bunch of money on it. The other one that I looked at doing was this, tj.devries, like this. I thought this would have been pretty cool. But you have to live in Spain to get a .es. What are other pages in the website? There are no other pages. This is the whole page. This is everything. This is all you need to know. Click on YouTube or click on here or go to my GitHub. That's all. I haven't heard FileZilla in years. I don't know how else to move files. Oh, man. It's a single page site. Very 2021. Yeah, this is SPA. So I know that that's a word that people use. Imagine not linked. Oh, my goodness. You're right. I'll have to do that later. No, this is just... Is it from the 90s? Do you not know FileZilla? Seriously, Dota 2? Neovim to the moon! Thanks for subbing. Half of a year, Dota 2. Isn't that crazy? Too fast to record. I didn't even see that earlier. Westbot boss. And he said it was an ordeal to get an Afghanistan TLD. Yep, I believe that. I don't know how much it matters. Well, I just liked that I could get teach.tv. Which is pretty fun. Front-end stream when? We could do a front-end stream where I struggle to update this with a little bit more. Last time I was URL ending, the one I wanted was in use, but don't worry. For 88, GoDaddy could hire someone to try and make it available. So I went to see who had it, and it's default GoDaddy page. Nice. Most responsive site. Didn't realize you lived in Tuvalu. Did you guys know in 2010, over 10% of the Tuvalu government's revenue was from the .tv TLD? What's up, Zoop? Performance metrics on the site are so good. Yeah, put some gifs on there, you'll be golden. I should at least put like this picture, right? I love this picture of me and Ember. You just start my own country. Smart. With an attractive TLD. Yeah. Where are the banners? I know, and it needs a little more marquee, don't you think? Should I just make a meme collection? Oh my goodness, I could finally have a place to put all my memes. I could just have a memes page. Just a static memes page. Oh my goodness. Okay, later we can do that. Later we can definitely do that. Let me go over to my oh man. To do add memes page. Yeah. Add a memes page. This is literally my website though. I didn't even have to minimize the, you know, like there's still spaces and stuff in this HTML and it's still less than 100 bytes. Yeah. I'll upload that later. Okay. I know you're showing and it's memes. That's true. Tafir, why? Because my hair's so long now or something? Is that what you're saying? Meme space. If it's a one Neovim screen. Oh, that's weird. Do all of these have closed? This one has closed. This one has closed. This one has closed. Okay, the other ones have... What else do we call on self.finder? Finder close, close. So is that all that we have? Find... Self.finder.results. Wait, do we add stuff to results? But doesn't only that one have results? Oh, this one also does, huh? Huh, this one doesn't have results. That seems a little weird. That seems a little weird. I don't know why this one doesn't have that. Yeah, but we call it in here self.finder.results. Like we do this for delete selection. Hi, piano composer. Welcome. It's going very great today. We should at least put something in here, though, probably. You know what I mean? Well, I'm saying we should have, like, results is something. We could just do results equals this so that it doesn't error. But that's really probably not what I'm the only one that sees first time chatter is everyone. Dota 2, are you imagining things? Hey TJ, looks like you're deep in telescope code. I'll watch this start again later. We're not super deep. All we've done so far is I'm just making sure I understand exactly what should be inside of a finder. We went to finders.lua. Do we even have a brief for this or anything? I haven't written anything about this, huh? We should probably add a brief here. At brief. I literally can never remember the syntax, but I'm pretty sure it's like this. Finders are the way that telescope finds things to put in the buffers. Finders are just tables that have at least these three items. So the first one is actually that they have find, which is a function, and it takes self. I don't even remember. Find. Self. Prompt. Callback. Process. Callback. Finish. I think the mods and brokers are the only ones who see first time chatter. Yeah, I see it too, Dota 2. No, I was just literally trolling you. I saw. I posted the picture. I saw it for real. Teach, look. Got him, chat. Got him. Oops. Where am I here? There we go. Gaslighting his mods. Oh. Bots is a revenge. Alright. So they've got find. They've got close, which just takes self. And they've got results. Table of results. Something like that. Something like that, right? Something like that. So that's all you have to do to have a finder. You don't have to worry about anything else about this. I wonder if we should do something like start. Should we have another round where we call like finder reset? Or, I don't know, I guess find kind of is that. How to get better at OOP. There's some good books. I haven't finished this book. But like, there's some good books like this, like domain-driven design or some other stuff like that, that would be helpful to you. I think learning actually like iconoclastic. I think. Could you not read it? Was it just literally blue? This is domain-driven design. I can't actually see. Yeah, you can read that. I do have the red book, but I would say, like iconoclastic's mention of learning other languages that have different paradigms is also a good way to recognize what parts of OOP are useful and when it's not helpful. Lua does have OOP, but you have to sort of build it for yourself. It's not OOP in the same way like Python's is, for example. It's using meta tables or just tables itself. Yeah. So I would say Martin Fowler is a good place to go as well to read lots of good tips. Some projects are better solved without OOP though. Most of the time I think OOP is an anti-pattern. Yeah, it depends what you mean by OOP, right? Right, so I would agree that lots of people use OOP in a way that probably ends up being can I get some of that Alan K? What did Alan K write? Like what part would we be talking about? Ah, yes. Right. The guy buys OOP and Python, I'll just message first. Interesting. Would you be willing to look at a plugin I made? You could send it and we could see what the site is right now, but we probably won't review it or anything right now because we're going to be hopefully writing Rust at some point after I remember what we actually need to do here. So a binder just needs to return a table just to have these methods on it, right? I could create something like this. Exports.set one shot binder like this. Lua dot this needs to return a table. Right now we could just make it just return, doesn't even matter, right? Create table. Let's return, let's just do create one shot. Probably Lua. Create one shot. It takes Lua and Lua and it returns a Lua result that should have a Lua value. And I'll have to add lifetimes to this, I'm sure. Okay, Lua table. Lua.create table. Can I just do this? Let table is this. Return okay table. Can I do that? Result value is not defined. Alright, I can do this though. Try using a variable. Like this? How do I return a table back in this? Refactoring is a reference book. The buffer switcher one? Yeah, I saw this recently. Or oh, build system one. This is the build system one. Yeah, I saw this. It seems kind of interesting. Stable a Lua value. Oh, do I need to say Lua table? Can I just do that? Okay, and I can do this. And now I set this. Okay, so this one's not that exciting because it's just going to literally create a static table. Not that exciting, but we can do this. So we can put out here. You can test this. I don't actually want this. I can say it's just one shot, right? One shot. Okay, cool. So we've got a table and that's all. So now what we need to do is we need to add some methods to that. Just watch your new vid. Didn't know that we can specify keyword length. Yeah, keyword length is very nice for some of the for some of the sources, I think. Yeah. I am glad that you enjoyed it. I think I'm like, how much did I cut off of the? I think I want to do this. Do this maybe. There we go. I'm like crazy decked out in Michigan today. Man, I just got this new sweet sweatshirt though. It's so soft. You guys know what I'm talking about? Where you get that new sweatshirt. Ooh, it's like, it's just been washed once. Still so soft. I love that. I love that. Table dot. I guess that. So we could say find. This would be Lua dot create function. Lua and Lua. This also takes args, which could be something. Because what does find actually take? I wrote down that it takes prompt and then it takes like a. I don't remember if I can specify what the values are for this, right? So it would be something like string. Whoops. String. New process is a Lua function. Handle Lua function. It can just return anything, right? Doesn't really matter. Oops. Okay, this or something. And find. Okay. Yo, what's up, Flip? Flip, new video is killing it, by the way. People are... everyone give a shout out to Flip. Flip's my editor. And he's doing a killer job. So if you liked any of the effects or anything like that, you gotta give that shout out to Sir Flip Edits. Do you use LSP Saga? No, I do not. Don't too. Man, you're on a roll today. You're on a roll. You're on an absolute roll. 99% you just got me again. I wasn't necessarily saying do the shout out command. I was more just saying give him a shout out like, hey Flip, your work's awesome. But that worked out really great though. That's 2 in a row. That's 2 in a row. Oh, it's been a good day, chat. It has been a good day. Yes. Are you so I do send Flip some excellent, the highest quality, top tier black pepper ramen. Yeah, normally give a shout out as the shout out command. Shout out YouTube. Are you rewriting Telescope in Rust? We are optionally extending Telescope with Rust. At least that we're going to try to do. So now we're rewriting Vim script in Lua and Rust. Seems like... well, that's for Vim 9JIT, and it's for a completely separate, a separate thing. In the thing we're doing right now, there's no Vim script involved at all. Lock down that shadow command. Normally it's mods only. We should do that then. Optionally. Well, it's in a different repo. For now, at least. Limit the public embarrassment to mods. No, it's good when normies get it too. Oh man. When the plebs have access to the shout out command. All right. I've got Vim 9JIT. I've got a lib here. No, it's actually an SGN Vim lib. Do I have one where I actually write how to do print here? Yeah, this one's good. This is a helpful function here. Lua print Lua and args 0. Probably this doesn't return a result. Don't I need to do this too? What is this function? Oh, this is a mlua function, right? Use mlua function. Why didn't it think to suggest that to me? Weird. Do you signature help with LSP? So like when I'm typing, you're saying, do I do anything for if I say, you know, Lua print and I'm inside of here? I don't usually. I just have Control S mapped to doing that. But I find that I don't need it a bunch. This is just the built-in Control S. Yeah, well, we'll see, Connie. If it becomes good enough and easy enough, we could do it mandatory. I would like to get started. You should read the Nano T guy. How do you get the remainder of the current completion as virtual text? That is in my newest video. Shout out to Neovim Comp. That is the ghost text feature. If you want to learn about that and other cool things, you could check out this, and you'd want to set ghost text equals true. Cargo watch. Oh, hey, puppy. Oh, this will break, I think, right? That's not the right type. That's not the right type. Of course, of course. Table like this. This guy go here. Okay. Alright, I gotta quit out of here. Oh, it doesn't have enough things. Hello. Function. You can say local process function and local complete function and right. So much more. I always forget that oh, hot diggity dog, we're in. Hot diggity dog. That mlua is so much more particular about having all these args be correct. That doesn't look like Groovebox. It's not Groovebox. Going back to corporate, got a new job. Actually, don't you get a new job? Yeah, no problem, composer. I would say your Laserbear and combo was very entertaining and useful. Oh, awesome. Super glad to hear that. Super glad to hear that. Is that a video? Or is that video a hint about your Halloween costume? That would be funny. I have some... I should try and dig them up. Oh, hi, pup. Hi. Good girl. What? What, puppy? Pup, I literally took you for a walk already, huh? You're fine. No, Groove Buddy. Not Groovebox. It was loosely inspired by Groovebox. I already gave her breakfast too. It did indeed start November 8th. Congrats. Are you excited about it, Dota 2? No brackets appear. I don't have anything that completes brackets. I think you'd want to use something else, but I don't like auto pair style plugins. I think they're an anti-pattern as well. I wrote puppy stream again. Water, please, sir. Oh, congrats, O2. Awesome. Get off your funky chair and cuddle me. This is true. That is That part she does want, and that is that part's. But we're not gonna do that. We are not gonna do that. Sorry, puppers. Make it async. Oh, right. Yeah, we do need to make this async at some point. We're gonna. I mean, someone. What? All right. So the next thing that we want to do, I wonder. Let's just make it basically iterate over a list of things that you might pass into it. So we need to do something like create function. Find. This isn't actually create one shot. This actually needs arguments. Actually, what we want to do is lua.create function. Create one shot. Remember. Hi, puppy. Hey. Come here. Hey. Hi, pup. Yeah, you're a good girl. You need some ear rubs? Oh, yeah. Hi, good girl. What? Just go up in your chair, huh? Come on, up. Good girl. Good girl, pup. Good girl. Yeah. Doo-doo-doo. I can move this. Don't feel the need to highlight every message. Oh, man. All right. We were doing this. We'll do this. Create function here. This one takes 1, but we actually need to take some arguments. So what else are we going to have? We're going to have it take args. What will the args be? At first, we're just going to make them a table. That seems good. Lua result Lua table. Right. This needs to have a lifetimes parameter. And this one right here. Oops, not here. Okay. It's an ops table anyway. Yep. Calling my next dog Lua. That's a cute name for a dog, though. I think it's good. Oh, yep, Dagley, indeed. Agreed on this one. I love this song, too. This is what we started off with today, but it's on shuffle. Oh, Connie, you know what time it is? Wait. Wait. Wait for it, chat. Hold. Hold. All right. Release the crabs, chat. We'll skip ahead. Release the crabs. Release them. I'm trying to siphon people from Prime's Discord into here. Do it, Gam. I don't want to scare you, but I have 50k points. This is a once per stream redemption. I really need a cool scene where I go to dancing. Oh, this song is just... Oh, yeah. Oh, we got a first-time chatter with some Ferris dance. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Oh, yeah. Great Ferris dance. We're proud of you. Chat, don't stop spamming. Don't stop spamming. Chat, look at this. I'm on top. I'm on top of the comment boards. I'm on top of the comment boards, chat. So many comments. Look who's number 2. Short hacks. Wait, what? Why are they talking about Colin Powell? I don't need. What is the reference they're making? I do not understand. Shout out Bezos. Oh, this song's so good. I know that he passed away, but it seems random to comment here. Oh, it's a meme to play when a war criminal dies. Nice. Well, then we'll play it a lot, hopefully. Oh, man. Great song. Yeah. I don't like celebrating people's death, but Colin Powell is a bad person. So I'm not celebrating his death, but it's he was a bad person, basically. Why does only half the USA seen it? This is a great question. Okay. Anyways, there you go. That's fair. Good redemption, Connie. Good redemption. Now we got to start this song back over, though, obviously. Because you can't just interrupt this song and expect not to play the rest of it, you know? Good girl, pup. Alright, so create a new function, find. We put this here, we put this here, right? Yeah, among other things. What's up, Phasma? Alright, so if I were to do this... So here's what I would like to take. I would like to take this one. Process. What does process do? You can pass... I don't even remember. Process completer, right? This returns a function that just takes an entry. Entry. So it has an entry, that's all we pass to it, right? Yeah. Yeah. Do we have to call the entry maker? Does that happen? Who actually calls entry maker? Wow, it's been a while since I've thought about this. That's in the finder itself, right? Thanks, Colonel. So this just is for get result processor. We call this for each entry. So, okay, so... Okay, yeah, okay. Scratch. I need just a little bit more real estate here. This should take entry. Print. Processing. Entry. Okay, nice. Wow, it seems very confused in that file. And then for completer, that just that's just a function that doesn't have anything. So we can say something like print process complete. Functions are first class citizens. Yep, they're first class citizens. You can even use them as keys to a table. So you can even store keys of a table using functions. Puppy. I got a stream right now. We already went for a walk and went potty and ate breakfast and got water. That's why I was late for such a long walk this morning with you. Oh, pop. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go see if coffee's ready, and I'm gonna go see if Kayleen can have Ember with her. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Cheers out of screen. Sorry, Connie. Sorry. I had to so that you could all wave to, Is Neovim more popular than Teach himself? Oh, nice. Oh, I see what you're saying. Just by having the screen on Neovim and not me being here? Smart. Maybe I'm actively pushing people away from watching. What's up, everybody? All right. I was just gonna text Kayleen because I thought she said she was gonna make coffee, but she didn't yet. And then I'll go make coffee if she's not going to. But that'll take me a little bit. Is Michigan finally going to beat OSU this year? I am hopeful. I am hopeful. Taking it with Lion's Mane. Send me a link. I don't know what that is, Karachik. You look like a baseball player. I haven't played baseball since I was little, basically. All right, so I could create some new function here, right? And this function takes Lua and args, which would have to be something like, in this case, well, okay, so we could do bind Lua args, right? I think something like this maybe. Bind Lua and Lua args table. But this thing is going to return Lua result function. And I probably need to say that this has a, and this is a, and this is a. Probably something like that. Okay, this L A beep 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 find L, or I don't even know what I would want to say here. What is this actually going to do? This is going to do something like, we could have something like Lua print L hello. Okay, Lua nil. Like this, can do that. Lua.create function. Expected types this. So Lua create function. By reading tube of one value, don't I have to? Or does mlua just say that it's fine for me to do this? I thought it would be angry. Glitchless tag, I'd make fun of him, but it's more honest than stand-up comedy. I have stand-up comedy and Glitchless on right now, don't you? He'll look like the lead singer of a boy band or country music icon. I don't know what to think about the country music icon thing. But maybe the boy band one seems fine. I don't know. Both seem a little bit, I'm not sure what to think. I'm not sure what to think about that, chat. Well, the ghost text is still going strong. Yeah, I like it though. I'm liking it so far. It's popular mushroom extract. Oh, I have heard of people doing something like that. Hockey player, NHL. I prefer the only sport I still play regularly is basketball. You have to return OK Lua nil. That's what I thought too, because I thought for this function, I thought this function has to return something that's a result. So why? Oh, whoops! I removed. I had that. Okay. Type annotations needed this. Can I just say table right here? Maybe this doesn't actually work exactly. We'll figure that part out in a second. I have a feeling your Rust skills are a bit rusty. It's true. It's true. It's true. All right, chat. Can I put my headphones back on? I don't know how to code without my music. Required by expected. Oh, this already creates a function. Ah, okay, I see. So I could just do this part and get rid of this, and that should work. And then I could change this to be something like format table length, like this, and then can I do a.len? So now I'm actually using this, right? Oh, is Emmer crying? Bounster. Ah, okay. I might need to go get her some more. Neo. Neil, yeah, is doing great. Okay, cool. So I got this now. I don't think I need this. This function's useless. But we can write this one for now. Args. Lua create. Oh, actually, no, that's not right at all. That's not right at all, because this function should actually take a table, a string, a function, and a function. Yes. Okay, so then I should be able to say a. No, I don't even want any of this. Okay, chat. Sorry, I got confused. A dot one, and then a reference to that. This args is what I want. I want to pass this to this function. What's up, Bertrand? All right. So here's where I'm already knowing that I don't know what to do. So I could do something like this, like args dot len, like this, right? Sure. I was gonna tell me that this one isn't good. Do a print. I would like to pass this args len inside of here, L, and then do something like. This is where I could do something like this. Original args length. I have such a stinking hard time figuring out some of these other things. This is gonna be like display. Ah, right. Function requires argument type to outlive static. This is what I was worried about. Right. Yep. Yeah, that's what we're gonna get there eventually, but I don't know how to move this inside of here. Can I, like, is it, I don't know when move actually works. Oh, really? Is that all I have to do? I know sometimes I have to type that magic move word in front of things, and it makes things work unexpectedly. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say local finder require lib telescope rs. Whoops. Telescope rs dot one shot. And then we can do finder like this. 1, 2, 2, 3, something like this. This doesn't really matter. Oh, no way, chat. I passed something into it. Rust is a mysterious beast, indeed. Paul Burton from my personal media amounts on the internet, so I wrote P so nobody knows my first name, so I'm safe. Big brains. Big brains. Big brains. It's dangerous. Well, so now what's so funny is like I actively don't want to hide who I am online for a bunch of things, which is like so different from how things used to be. Like when I was, you know, my parents were like, don't let anybody know that you even live in the United States online. And I'm like, yeah, I live in West Michigan. Like I've got a kid, you know, here's where I work. Here's my email address. It's just weird. Okay, awesome. So async one-shot finder, this is the one that we want. Your name is Dutch. I thought you were Dutch for a while. Yeah, I mean, my family is like descends from Dutch people. This guy lives in a society. Not in a society. So we would expect something like this, right? This is the thing that we use is fn command. So we want to do something very similar to this, where we can say, we call this, well, maybe I won't even do it like this exactly. We'll get there eventually, but we're not going to do it quite like this yet. Let's just say we've got something like this. Command is ls dash. What do we actually want to run? Maybe ls. Yeah, we'll just do this. Okay. This is a good one to test. And then we also need to do entry maker. Can I do, can I just list the names? I don't even remember what the, just names is for. I could just do RG files. That's easier. Okay. One on each new line. Is Melky your real brother? Of course. He's too much facial hair to be related to Melky. I'm odd enough as it is. Hey, catch you later, Gab. Thanks for hanging. Oh, catch you later, Alex. Best stream ever, Dutch TJ. Thanks, Alex. All right, Chad. All righty. There's a funny programming song about C from a Rust dev. All right, we'll have to watch this later. Okay, so let's say we got this command here. Entry maker is going to be make entry dot gen from file ops. Local ops is this. Okay. Expand, extend the telescope. Indeed, you could say that. Theoretical question. If no caffeine existed as a chemical, would software dev be set back 5, 10, 20, or 40 years? Oof. I don't know. That's kind of a fun and interesting question. I don't have a good hold on that. It's interesting to think. Forgot to mention, a nice job with new YouTube vid. Hashtag take Tuesday on a Thursday. Well, it was recorded on Tuesdays. By the way, if you don't know what tomorrow's referencing, you can check out the video there. Odd question. Why didn't you use 2 to the n for your years? What? What? Some might say that if software dev was set back 20... Oh, I see. To him, not to me. Some might say that if software dev was set back 20 years, we'd be in a better place. You know, that's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. All right, so to create a one-shot, we're going to bind this and this with find, right? Is it for... Yeah, no, I'm with you now. I thought you were talking to me, and I was really confused what... Uh-oh, did I mess something up here? I think I may have messed something up. That's okay. Imagine no electron. They said caffeine was one of the things that got humans out of the dark ages. Really? So the first thing I want to do is I would like to just run this command. So how to run external command and process lines Rust. External commands. Sure. Process command. I can make this big. There's libuv for Rust. Just do exactly the same thing. Command new. Get arg output. I'd like to do this asynchronously though. I don't want to do blocky. I'm writing a simple parser in Rust to learn the language, and at first I hate it, but the more I use it, the more it grows on me. Yeah, parts of it I like quite a bit. Parts of it I do not like, but that's okay. Such is the thing for all stuff. Show up to the 10 times file. Piped external commands. Command standard IO. Standard IO. Standard out. Standard IO piped. Okay. Spawn. Standard out take. Interesting. Okay, so I can pass these through. That's pretty cool. So you're going to lose any reason you are not using hold? Wait, what? I'm missing something again. I am missing something again. You got me, Bertrand. Yeah, it's gonna be Electron now. Bertrand, you just wrecked me big time. Absolutely dominated me. Is this not what I want to do, though? Spawn will execute in child process and returns a handle. Ah, okay. So here's Beacon bet with all search on the ETH chain. Just in case. You want it to be safe, you know? What is the language for babies? Yeah, it's, no, for flowers. Wrong kind of nursery, Beacon. This is the plant language. Not Electron. Where's the wrist cam? I don't do that very often because it's kind of annoying for me. Got him, Connie. So, I think we need to draw. Hey guys, anyone have a good auto format in Neovim for Lua? Yes, style Lua. This project's awesome, Apex Predator. Yeah, BeaconBot has been fighting day and night for us, chat. If you don't recognize that and understand the work that he's been putting in to try and get us that exclusive offer, then I don't have anything to say to you. Show me your wrists, hat cam. All right. Ba-ba-ba-bum. What? Oh, this happens every time it updates, which is kind of weird, but I guess it's fine. Okay. All right, chat. Spy is so greedy. They just won't give us $100 million for it just off the bat. I don't know what their problem. What do you use Neovim to run style Lua? I just wrote like not that much code to make it happen. Well, mine does a little bit bonus because it checks for if style Lua exists in any parent directories. But it just runs style Lua and then writes the buffer. But you could probably use any of the styling things. No LSP, that probably works too. We both need Rolexes or we aren't signing a deal with anyone. All right, so we've got Neovim over here. And now we've got Rust over here. Okay. So I don't answer questions. Smart, Connie, smart. Prime ASMR stream has commenced. Oh, get out of here, chat. Why are you guys here? Okay, so you're gonna call something like bind. Okay, and that's gonna call some Rust code. What I want to do for this is this is effectively like asynchronous. Like it doesn't matter, right? How does that code even look? How does that code even look afterwards? We call bind, right? And then we just wait for this to be done. Yep, and then we go back to the top of this loop, right? So it doesn't matter. We're just waiting for the next time someone types. So this is just happening. Good, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, format or Neovim seems good too. All right, so this calls some Rust code. What I want to have happen is I want to spawn a new thread here. And now I've got a separate thread running for this execution. Okay, so this guy spawns this thread. This thread, I want it to basically... I don't know. What do I want it to do? Send messages back and call stuff in Lua? And then as this is going, it keeps on sending stuff back into here. They don't know anything. It's alright, Connie. You're good. I like that emote. That's a cool emote, Radar. Oh my goodness, Apex Predator. Thanks for the brand new Twitch Primer. And Praveen, I didn't even say thank you earlier. 2 months in a row. Thanks. I appreciate that. Oh, were we doing crab dancing when you subbed? It's possible we were doing crab dancing. I see nothing except for the crabs when we're crab dancing. And when this process is all the way done, then we call close. And that goes back into here. Sounds really cool. I'll be in the background. Awesome. I did apply for Twitch Partner again. I got rejected again, unfortunately, Karachik. So we'll see what happens. I'll just keep applying every 2 weeks. Maybe someday they'll say that my stream's cool enough to be a partner. Maybe I need more Chair streaming time. Maybe that's the problem. Chair said thanks and I gave him puck slide. Nice. Nice. Rejected. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's only like the 5th time. Oh, very cool. Very cool, Radar. The problem with what I'm doing here is I don't know what should I be doing in the Rust side during this time? Like, can I pass the Lua like handle that I have over here to keep doing things in Lua from this external process? Oh, awesome, Waylon. Did they give you a reason why I was rejected? I'm not streaming on enough different days, they said. So even though on Fridays I usually stream from 4 to 6 hours, and that seems like a lot of time, and I streamed for I think like 20 to 30 hours in the month before I applied. They said I wasn't streaming enough. Oh, hot tub streams. All right, I'll consider how to make that happen, Memphis. Your stream got recommended, so you must be doing something right. Oh, thanks, Radar. It's all, I mean, it's whatever. If they don't want to do it, it's okay. When opening telescope, start a soap service end inside, which Rush can send some juicy XML to. How have I not thought of doing soap and XML? Push up streams. Is that what I'm supposed to Google, Senequich? Show me what the Lua handle looks like. Toggle bit? I can't write Rust. I need to switch to something else. Toggle, do you just want to get on stream and do this for me instead, or? Rust is bae. Oh, hey, what's up, Brandon? All right, Toggle. Toggle, we're using this project here. You'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. That's what they all say, and then I'll be demolished by you. All right, let's close out of this for now, as we're thinking. Okay. Wait, we got a lot of streamers in here. We do have a lot of streamers in here. Oh, thanks, Yagua. All right, so basically we get this Lua guy right here. Pablo Village holds the Lua state itself. It's some FFI thing here. Rust? Funny story, guys. Talk about actually got me into Vim and Rust when he was first streamer I watched Space. Oh, awesome, Antonio. How long have I been on stream right now? Like an hour and a half. All I do is code. That's the problem. That is the problem. The other problem is Twitch is worried that if I ever achieve partner, Sunchips will actually reply to me. And that would be bad. For Twitch, obviously, right? Because they want me dependent on Twitch. They don't want me to be independently wealthy with a Sunchip sponsorship. Impel drop for Lua. Debug, Impel Lua. So I don't know if I can like send this to somewhere else. Waylon, ASMR Sunchips. Lua State's probably the Lua State structure. I think so, Connie. Yeah, I think so. Right, because it's just some FFI Lua State. So I think it literally, it has to be literally that. There's a lot of interior mutability. Should not be rep on one safe. Do you need it to be mutable? That's a good question. I don't think so. Up to now, I'm not passing any mutable parts. I know from reading MLua that it's possible to do some async things with it. Enable async await support. I don't know if that's exactly what I want, though. Send. Make MLua transferable across thread boundaries. Oh, well, I mean, that's what I want, right? How do I do this? I just add this to my feature list in cargo. Still waiting on the Lua State explanation video. Was I gonna do that? I don't even remember that. Send. Right? Add serialization, deserialization. I don't need that one. Module, you got that. Wait, so does this just mean now, as soon as I do this, that it will just work, or what? Only going to do a Lua beginner series. Yeah, which fell through the cracks. I apologize, chat. That one has been... don't bring it up, Connie. I still feel bad. Yeah, well, you understand. Oh, 1 second. Convenient phone call. Saved by a phone call. Hey, honey. Okay, cool. Apparently Kayleen went on a walk with Neil. That's where she was. I was like, I don't know where you went. Nice video on comp though. Oh, thanks, Cowface. I appreciate it. Yeah, the problem is it takes so much time to do a series like beginner Lua, and I am not even maintaining the projects that I want to maintain. So we'll see you later. Gonna raid Prime later? I don't know, maybe Prime will raid me. Depends who's gonna stream longer. It was for Computercraft Minecraft mod. Oh, it's definitely still a thing. It's very popular. But I do feel bad, and I don't like thinking about how I just completely didn't do that, okay, chat? It hurts me a little bit inside. Okay, so now I can actually... Will be a stream showdown. Who can stream longer? Dun, dun, dun. I have never used spawn thread rust. Want to do lists? Grow to unmanageable proportions. Super true. Prime is cheating since ASMR is less tiring. I don't know, Beacon. Think about it. Think about this for Prime. He's not allowed to talk. Don't you think that's probably more tiring for him than it is for me to just keep on talking? I think it's probably more tiring for him to just not be able to talk. Has Rust grown on you? Oh yeah, he might explode. Yeah, he might just be like, I have to leave. Oh, he's whispering? That's cheating. ASMR sounds exhausting. What is happening? Okay, he's not whispering anymore, though. He's not even showing his face? No face cam? Why even watch, Kappa? Vim ASMR is going to be a new category. This is the prediction of the century, chat, right here. Alright. Oh, wait, did he... Oh, is he going to respond? Oh, he didn't see. Alright, that's fine. He's checking if people are okay with it. No, that's cheating for sure. That's cheating for sure. Has Rust grown on me, though? I like parts of it quite a bit, and I dislike other parts, though. Yeah. If Rust growing on you, I'd better get yourself some Rust-Oleums. True, I need those Rust-Oleums. Hey, catch you later, RJ. When are you getting a proper keep cam? Probably never. Are you intending to use async wink or OS threading? So in this case, Toggle, I want to use OS threading. McMine, what don't I like about Rust? Okay, imagine you set something up in Rust and you've got a medium-sized project and you don't need lifetimes up until this point, and then one thing changes and now everything in your project needs lifetimes, or they need different lifetimes than they had before. Then you have to rewrite everything in your code. Sometimes it's just not even possible anymore to solve the problem in a way that the Rust will let you have happen. Now, maybe that's just because I'm a noob, and maybe I wouldn't make those decisions if I wasn't such a noob about Rust. But like, I rarely experience such a thing in other languages that I'm writing. That could literally take a lifetime. I also think Rust is much slower for me to iterate on for a lot of times than other languages, because I have to fight to get things 100%, we'll say quotes, safe. Whereas a lot of time I actually just I don't think that I really like I don't need that level of safety for a lot of the stuff. So, anyways. First thing to do now is to get rid of the lifetimes if you want to send across boundaries. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can, though. Consider introducing a lifetime specifier. This function's return type contains a bar value, but the signature does not say whether it's borrowed from Lua or from args. You can. Let's use arg. Oh no, I don't know how to use this. This is the thing I see you typing all the time, Toggle. You know what? In fact, so much we're probably going to have to make a snippet for it. Nice, that's where I am right now. Okay, let's read. Let us read, chat. Wait, should we do this ASMR style? I'm not gonna say any words, and we'll just stare at my screen together, and then I'm not gonna lick the microphone though. That's where I draw the line. Prime, he's totally fine with doing that, but I'm drawing the line at licking a microphone. No. We'll read through and talk about it. Atomically reference counted. Atomically reference counted. I thought, okay, how about sniffing it? Breathe in the mic? I always breathe in the mic, just not loud. Sometimes. So honestly, I only knew that arc was used to do things between threads. So I was thinking arc was like, you know, arc lightning, where it moves from one thing to another. Your brain fills in such weird stuff. I'm gonna stay out of Prime Stream today. Hey, first time here. Are you also a Wolverine or just a fancy hoodie? It is a Wolverines hoodie. I'm a Michigan fan, indeed. My wife went to school there and I grew up and currently live in Michigan. All right, so the type argt provides shared ownership of the value of type T allocated in the heap. Invoke clone on arc produces a new arc instance, which points the same allocation on the heap as the source arc, while increasing the reference count. Okay, yep. When the last arc pointer to a given allocation is destroyed, The value stored in that allocation, often the inner value, is also dropped. Totally makes sense. So drop for arc drops the arcs itself as well as the inner value. Got it. Shared references rest disallow mutation by default, and arc is no exception. You cannot generally obtain a mutable reference to something inside an arc. If you need to mutate through an arc, use mutex, RW lock, or one of the atomic types. Got it. It will drop the inner value when you have no more references. Yep. That totally makes sense. So how can I use this to make it so that I don't need lifetimes anymore? This part makes sense to me though. I can do this. Like, you know, I feel like how can I do that here? This Lua result is from this library. Maybe I should look at some examples from MLua. We do have some examples, right? I don't think these might not be exactly what we're looking for, but we'll see. Serialize, REPL. Okay. Doesn't have spawn. Spawn. Oh. Instead of saying to reference something, you send an arc. Okay. But I don't know how it'd return. Well, I guess so. Do I need to do this function? I don't know if I need to do this function. Because. Oh, I see. Okay, I think I'm following. So instead of sending the actual function, I send an arc of the function toggle. Right, so when I want to like spawn something, I'll actually send that arc to another thing. So when I do spawn, I send arcs. I think that makes sense. Alright, maybe. Maybe we should write the really simple version of this first, where we do an external command. String new old function in s.clone. Okay. Alright. I think I got you there. Okay. So let's first do the really simple version, which we'll still leave these lifetimes on here just for it to be obvious. This just gets the arg's length. So bind creates a new bind. What's up, Bisco? Good to see you. Yeah, that definitely happens sometimes, Dagley. Alright, so we're going to create a new function. What I want to do is I actually want to run a command. So let's do, how was I seeing commands here? This guy. Okay, so we're going to create a command. Let's mute child is command new. Let's for right now just do this, and then I can say what dot args. Oh, how do I add arguments to this? Command new dot arg. Is that executable argument? Arg dash files. Dot standard out. Piped dot spawn. I didn't spell command right. Can't. Probably put deny Rust 2018 idioms. Okay, I don't know what this means. Really? I have to write all of these? That's so annoying. Oh, Rust? How do I unsub? It's simple, Bisco. First you donate 50 subs and then you just say goodbye. Just kidding, Bisco. You can unsub anytime you want. What's the crab dancing channel points? We all spam Ferris dance and watch crab rave. You can align them using that where it makes sense. But why would I want to write that? Well, like why? Oh, I only have one lifetime ever in this file, and it's associated with the Luas. So this Lua is the Lua process, like the Lua state that this module gets imported into. There's only ever going to be one. It's just this Lua at the top of the file right here. That's the only lifetime that's allowed to happen. Thank you for the 1-bit, anonymous cheerer. So like there is literally only one there's only one lifetime. This is built as a Lua module. And there can only be one Lua lifetime. This gets basically imported in Lua over here. I'd like it if I didn't have to write any lifetimes and it all just said static or something. But that doesn't seem right at all. And I don't know what I'm doing with lifetimes yet, really. You know, I'm still just kind of exploring that part of the equation. But for now, I'm going to comment this out because I don't want to write all those. Hey, Neil. Cute shirt, dude. Thanks, honey. Hey, baby boy. You blowing me a kiss? Do you want to come say hi? Dude, this is a styling outfit. Wow. Screens. Screens. Hmm? Oh, you want to play with the microphone? Hopefully that's not loud. I don't know. Is that cool? You get to move the microphone around? That's pretty cool, isn't it? Huh? Whoa! So cool! So cool! They can't see you pulling it around. Oh, well, maybe not by the cord though. Alright, thanks. You doing lunch soon, or what were you thinking? Okay, cool. Catch you later, babe. Okay. 1-year-old learning Rust. The kid's gonna be a genius. He's gonna be the world's best programmer. Hair's looking great. Hey, thanks. Yeah, Primogen Hay. That's a good one. All right, so we create this new command here. So then what can I do with it once I've got it? I've spawned it. I can ask for the standard in. Wait child with output. So let's do this. Let output equals child dot wait with output. Maybe I don't actually need mute for this case because I'm just gonna listen to it, right? And then can I put inside of here, instead of arg lengths, can I just do output? And let's just comment this part out for now and leave it like this, right? All right, so let's say go back inside of here. We run this. Standard out. We've got it. We ran something. Lip had top up. Prime student, come here. He's giving me the silent treatment. Oof. Brand new sub. Yob, hey, thanks for subbing. Man, lots of subs today. Super appreciated, everybody. Yeah, Connie, that's a classic picture right there with the hair. All right, so now what can we do? Rust is more subs. I know, I'm learning that right now. It feels it's that easy. So create one shot. So we're gonna call one shot. It gets a table. It has an argument called command, right? Let's do something like this. Let command is args.get t. Can I just put command? And what does this return actually? Get result v to Lua from the. Okay, so this would be a string. I probably need to do this because I think it's that. Okay, for some reason I can't type commands today. Two days from under new. Wish it was this stream. Thanks, Capes. Don't know I was not sooner. I'm enjoying the stream for a long time now. No worries. Ah, right. You are totally right. Vac of string. Can I wonder if I can do this. Okay, so I can. So we can say let executable is command 0 if command dot length less than 1, or we can just say if command dot is empty. Error. Lua error, I think is the thing that I've got. I don't even know. Can't I? Or I can do something like you gotta have a command dot to Lua error. Like this, I'm pretty sure. Return. Wow. Nice. So smart. So smart. Move curves because string does not implement copy trait. Borrow it. Okay, sure. Should be a pretty easy W for your Wolverines tomorrow. That's what I'm hoping. Honestly, so for those of you who don't care about football, just allow me 10 seconds. What I'm really hoping, I haven't heard them say anything about this, is I would really like to see Michigan switch their starting quarterback to McCarthy instead of McNamara and have him play this game and see how he does. Because I think McCarthy's a lot better than McNamara. But we'll see what happens. Rust errors are fantastic. I prefer Pythons. Nah, I'm just kidding. Well, interesting take. Could be a good start to have him play against Michigan State. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you were going to have him play against Michigan State, you'd want him to have one full start beforehand, and this would be the week. You should have been prepping him for 2 weeks in practice, getting ready, and then be ready to do a new start. That's all I'm saying. Okay, executable. So now, this, I'm sure this won't work. Or maybe it will work, because it's just a reference to a string. It doesn't live long enough. Big brain. So can I do this? Arc. New. Like this. Here. Oops. Dot clone. It's not satisfied. Expecting the implementer to create as ref. Is not on. Address. Almost. Okay, I'm feeling close. I'm feeling close. Arc new. Do I need to say dot clone here? Consider borrowing this. Arc new and command 0. Okay, so I got the clone part. I got that. The trait bound. I should probably just actually read this. Arc. Not satisfied. And the following information is wrong. RT as rep because Arc should own the thing, not a reference to it. That makes sense. Can I say into here? Type annotations cannot infer type or type printer S declared on the association new. Okay, so that doesn't work either. ToString. Argument requires that the borrow Oops, that's not what I meant to press. Okay, this makes sense to me. Oh, do I not have to write this to string now? Does it know? Can I do this now? Oh, do I have to do it? No, okay. We'll just leave it as ToString. That's fine for now. I don't super understand why I have to have ToString here, but because this is arc string. I don't know. That part I'm still a little bit shaky on. I understand why this should have something. What I need it to be is I need it to be put somewhere on the heap, right, Toggle? So that's why I'm saying, like, I gotta clone and put in somewhere that I can manage for later. I get that. Teach classic. I don't super. First time chat from viewer. How can first time chat from viewer make fun of my regular things that I do all the time that of course I recognize, but I don't get it? You don't need to clone the executable on line 34. Actually, you don't even need to use arc there. You could just clone and move the string. Right. Okay. Cannot move. Cannot move out of executable. Capturing any executable is not does not implement the copy trait. I used to watch on YouTube. Ah, gotcha, Jones. Very cool, very cool. But you definitely caught me. You definitely caught me on that one. All right, in this case, of course, I know what these arguments are. We'll have to figure out how to do this. .args. Pass a single arg. Adds multiple arguments. Okay. I think you need let executable command 0.clone. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think that makes sense. Okay. So then the next thing would be let arguments is command 1 like this. Can I say dot clone into use borrow data to replace own data, usually by cloning? Wait, that doesn't, I don't think I did that right. Dot to vec. There we go. So this should be vec of strings. Wonderful. I would like to say dot args arguments. I'll probably need to clone this as well, right? All right, chat. If you clone command, you can move everything into the closure, though. Okay. I will consider that one as well. Yep. Alright, so it's to do might be better to just move command directly into the closure. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you. Sweet. Okay, so that actually worked. We got the output here, which is something here. Child wait with output. Can I do something like child dot I want to do something on all the lines. Test the sweet error. Oh, good point, Connie. I got an error. I don't know how to pass those back right now to Lua. Right now it just says error. I don't know how to get him to send back. Are you just learning Rust, or have you used Rust a lot before? I've only been programming anything in Rust basically for like the last month or so. So I'm definitely learning Rust. Better than nothing. True. True. I do love coffee. Can I do something? Do any of these have like read lines toggle? Did you read the book before getting into it? I've read most of the book. I haven't finished. I want to iterate over the lines. Yes. Ideally, I'd like to iterate over the lines as they come in, but I haven't switched to that part. Yes, that part. Yeah. Output dot lines. Okay. Or line in output dot lines, like this. Lua print L. Output in the current scope. It doesn't know how to do this. Okay. What do you suggest as the learning material for Rushing? Reading that O'Reilly book is really good. Or do I need child dot lines? Child dot lines. I don't think it has that. Do I need a different like pipe thing or something? Yeah, of course. Yes. Yeah. Toggle, you can post any link you want. Lines of command Rust. Lines, read lines, file name. Do I need to have IO lines? File dot lines. Is it? Oh, do I need to have some sort of buff reader or something? IO buff reader. I need to make it a buff reader. Child processes. Pipes. Says a success. Isn't output a string? No, it is not. I could do output dot. I think it's like output dot standard out. That's a vec of U8s though. Process standard in unwrapped dot write all. No, read to string. Yeah, read to string. Maybe that's what I want. But I'd actually like to iterate over. I don't want to put all of them in memory. Are you using a Rust admin client or using RPC directly? This Rust client I found was archived. There's two ways you can do it. Admin RS, this guy right here. This is one way. This will do RPC. So you don't have to worry about any. You can just write regular Rust, no worries about anything else. The other one is mlua, which is what we're doing, which actually embeds. It actually embeds Rust directly into the Lua. Okay, that is what I want to do. Toggle. Because sometimes it'll be something like this. Like this kind of thing, where people run this from here. Wow, that was incredibly fast. How fast is this terminal? That's just the list of all the files. I don't know what to expect. You know, people just do this and they're like, I'm just gonna run telescope find files from here, and then just expect to start finding things like telescope plugin, you know, contributing.md. We got to be able to just sort that, like, no problem. We got to sort that, no problem, Toggle. I'm not doing hidden equals true because I already know that that'll break my computer, Connie. I have an mlu implementation on a branch where I'm getting some lib errors. I'm also using other libs. Do I have to statically link? I don't know. On mine it just works, but if you're on a Mac or something. Yes, I know that's what people do. I can watch Prime and you in the same time because he's doing ASMR stream. Smart, Vim Worry, that's next level thinking right there. Include equals node modules. Okay, so I'm looking for buff reader rust. What computer do you have, by the way? I have a HP Omen from several years ago. Looking to upgrade. So if anyone has connections with desktop companies that want to sponsor me, I would take a sponsorship for a new desktop. Just irrelevant questions. Anyone succeed to install Nonicons? I don't know anything about Mac. What's your Neovim config plugins for Rust? Pretty much just LSP. Yeah, so I know System 76. I'm actually talking with them right now, but they don't even have any desktops to give away. So I am talking to them. If you want to convince them, you should just tweet at them and tell them that, wow, I'd really love to buy your products if you you know, sponsor TJ or something like that. I don't know what you would say. That would be helpful. Minus tech tips. He builds stuff for streamers? Really? I didn't know that. Huh, maybe I should look into that later. I mean, I think he builds things for streamers that are significantly larger than me. Wait, are you asking another Fuzzy Story? No, this is still inside of Telescope. That's true. I have streamed Dota 2. You've got an excellent point there, Connie. And a game dev. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought you were saying I did a stream of game dev. Because you... That's another one. That's another thing on the pile of dreams. It's just, I've got a pile of dreams of stuff that I'd like to do someday. I have a really cool game idea that I pitched to Connie. Connie, you know it. You thought it was cool. When are we getting mini games in Telescope? Now you're thinking big. I like it. I'll jump into a game of Snake mid-work. Smart. Have a metro new. Hopefully you're still on after. Good luck, Antonio. Buffer reader that makes small repeated read calls the same file network size. Does not help when reading very large amounts at once or just reading once or a few times. I'll find no advantage reading sources already in memory, like a vec. Yeah, so how do I use this in combination with command? So standard out. What does this actually take into standard IO? Defaults? Can I do like a buff reader to standard out? Buff reader standard out command rust. Reach out to line text types. I might get another category of builds, programmer builds. Yeah, yeah, it would be really interesting to talk to them. I have no idea how I would get a hold of them, but It would be, it's cool. Like it's cool what Linus does, I think. Sending out piped. I guess I could do it on Twitter. Yeah, I doubt that they'll reply to me. I have like 2,000 Twitter followers, guys. Well, I will just see, I guess. Tag Anthony Young. I don't know who that is. Link the tweet will blow it up like 10 likes. Yeah, exactly. TZ by feed streams, they are all blocking. Tell stream, operating system eater, turn the data. He's the resident Linux guy on Linus' team. Oh, that's a good idea. Ask Prime. Tag Prime. Okay. I'll do that. I don't think we'll do it right now. I want to get a little farther in this. Child stream to Vex. Standard out that take dot expect. But I don't want to do it all at once. Here's an example using Tokyo. Well, this is old though. Maybe I should just use Tokyo in this. I could create a new runtime. That would be fine. Telescope works slow on WSL. Are you using FZF native? Async stuff, you'll need an async runtimes. Tokyo. Yeah, I've used Tokyo before, and I like it so far. Yeah, you should. If you're not using FZF native, then you will want that. Do we have it with a dash in between, maybe? We just don't even have it? Connie? How... Define slow. Like, are you searching over your whole computer? What part is slow? Slow is not a good... This is just a general tip to everybody. Never report that something works slow. Okay, what you want to say is, when I do X, this particular part of it is slower than I'd like, or is blocking, or doesn't, you know, saying slow is not a good question. It's like when your grandparents call you and tell you that their internet's not working, and you say, well, that is not helpful, Grandma and Grandpa. And if you want a team to build a piece of software, don't just say it needs to be fast. And pick a license probably too, right, Connie? Is there like a command or anything in here? Tokyo process command. Okay. Places functions that create process with an asynchronous variant. Spawn status and output. Great. That's awesome. How do you see where your company forces you to use Windows? Yep, agreed. Yeah, he's just trolling. He's just trolling about that. Connie doesn't have a sponsored link. I know. I've been telling Connie, get GitHub sponsors. You gotta get GitHub sponsors, Connie. Command enter remove. Process command. Well, I would like to do something like experience shopper is waiting for it to finish and collecting all of its output. No, I don't want to do this though. How do I just get the output as it comes in? Do I need to do something like child dot standard in dot takes the value out of the option, leaving a none in its place. You tried the newer WSL? Does Connie stream? No. I can't do everything. Connie, you had Connie. Did you... Wait, did you do a link that doesn't exist yet? I love it, Rocker. I love it. I'm hiding behind a name. Expect, map, or filter, insert, or else replace, and then zip with. There's so many things on this. I don't even know what it's supposed to be. What is the type of this? Let standard in equal this. Option, child standard in. Okay, so we can do this, right? So now we've got... Oh, dot... Oh, okay, I see. I can do unwrap. So now I've got a standard in. Standard in dot... Oh wait, I want standard out. I'm dumb. Standard out. Dot. Is there nothing that I can do for this? Standard out dot. Like what can I do? Can I try and read this somehow? What is on standard out here? Standard out IO Rust. Hedgehog, hey. Okay, that's fine. We'll let it panic for now. Standard out. I want to look at this guy. Handle to the global standard out stream. Oh, not this one. Impulse standard out. I don't think. I want the type standard out. Influence IO read. Okay, influence IO read. So whatever I can do with IO read, then I can do this. So could I add a buff reader here? So could I do something like this? Buff reader. New. Or from or something? New. Okay. Like this? Can I do this? Is this legal? What does anyone want to see on my imaginary stream? Connie, what we want to see is you going and finding every tweet from Torsten and saying, get on Twitch right now. For you, it brings you to your dashboard, but for the rest of us, it just takes you to your regular page. Hang on to your seconds. Just read source code in a monotone voice. That could go well. Yeah. I don't know if legally I'm allowed to share this. I'm not going to show you the picture, but you can hear Torsten talking.
Check this out. I'm recording on Linux with OBS Studio. I got my new ring light on. Let me make this brighter. All right, I got you here. I got the text. No, wait a second. I got the text here. Is it here? I don't know. Anyway, full on streaming, buddy. It's pretty cool.
That's some insider insights right there. That's some insider insights. I know. We need to get Thorsten on stream. I would watch Thorsten at 7 a.m. Compile request by Thorsten 7 a.m. 9:45. Yeah, exactly. I'm searching a project with 1038 files. If I search, for example, api.php file, then it shows 2 to 3 seconds delay. i3 4th gen Dell Inspiron. So it also, the delay is like as you're typing, or it takes that long to find the results? Havershma. Okay, so now can I do standard out.lines? Returns an iterator over the lines of this reader. Okay, so for line in standard out lines here, can I do this now? find the results. So my guess would be both the CPU problems, but also if you have a very old hard drive, it's possible, because I know WSL has disk performance problems. So if it's taking a long time to find the results, it could literally be that your disk like doesn't return results very quickly. Make sure you have like ripgrep installed. I don't know if you do or not, but that would be one of the things that I would check. Oh, hot diggity dog chat. You guys just see this? We got the guys in the lines. All right. So now, when I was using WSL, I was doing on a nearly 10-year-old dual-core i5 laptop. Yeah, that can be hard sometimes. Honestly, you may, depending on why you're using WSL, you may get a better experience by trying in a VM for certain hardware configurations. At least that's sort of my guess or my thought of maybe like what you might want to consider seeing is if you could do a VM, it might be better. I don't know though. WSL2 is technically a VM. Yes, but I think ripgrep installs I have SSD installed in my system. Oh, really? That is kind of confusing. Could you record a video of it and then maybe create an issue? You can tag me in it. But you will get better file system performance in a VM than WSL2. At least that's my that's what I've heard. I had to put all project files on the WSL system. That was some weird and very slow network stuff. Yeah, there is some very, very weird stuff that can happen if you're interacting between different parts of the file system. Yeah, WSL can do weird things, basically. Okay, so now, instead of doing this where we just print this, let's comment this out, and let's do something here. So this will be the third argument. So arg2.012 dot call passing args and function arguments. Function return values are converted to the generic type R. Call, and what are we going to pass here? We're going to pass in the table. No, we're not going to pass anything. This just gets the entry. So this just literally passes in line. And this should be dot into. So we convert that string. Cannot type annotations needed to satisfy this. I just want to discard it though. What should this return? Does process result return? It returns a Boolean, I guess, right? Cannot infer typer A associated with the function call. Lua.string create string. Create and return an intern Lua string. Lua string arbitrary. No, I don't think that's what I want either. Oh, how do I do this before? I have to say something weird like this, right? I had forgotten this. This should go something like this. I don't care, and I don't care. Like this. Bool. Can I say that? Trait from result. I can say this, right? Oh, this is actually oh, so I gotta say like this. This is the argument that's getting passed in. I got it. Yeah, there's a known bottleneck in disk performance. Line is not a string, it's a result. Yep. I got that now, and then I can just say this to call this. Do not access Windows from WSL2. Yep. Indeed, that's gonna make it super slow. I don't think that's a telescope. It could be a telescope problem, but I don't think that it is the problem. Report a bug to Microsoft and WSL team. I'm sure they'll get back real quick to you. Oh, nice, Kaizu. Telescope is blazing fast on WSL2 on multiple machines. Super glad to hear that. About to add a network trust to every FS action. And there's a lot of FS actions. Yeah, or you could just use a VM. Like you could install Linux on the computer, or you could use a VM. And I think like if you just use an actual VM, you probably have a better experience for the kinds of problems that you're running into. All right, let's try this. Oh, chat. Any doubters in the chat? We're calling this function on every result of this. You follow the terminal decision with Casey? I read some of it, yes. I watched his videos about it, and I loved them. They were very good for thinking, yeah. Are you compiling with dynamic link libraries or static? I have no idea. I told it to build as a library. I think it's a dynamic library, but I actually don't even know. I just copy pasted into my cargo.toml. I just did this. That's good. I don't know what's up with this. I don't know how it does this stuff though. I don't know how it does the Lua part stuff. I think it's dynamically linked though. Are you on Mac, Mr. Jones? There is mention of stuff that needs to be added for Mac. For this. Down here. You need to do some other things like this. Oh, you have that stuff as well. I have no idea then. I can't believe you lost points to Prime for first try. I know. I feel bad about it. Why do you not use Tmux? I never... When I first started, I didn't start using it, and I feel that like using Kitty, I have all the things that I would normally use Tmux for. The only thing maybe would be keeping long-running terminal sessions running, but I don't do that ever. Like I don't keep long-running things going really in any sort of meaningful way. Can I do like allow unused code or something like that? What is it again? Unused? Okay. Yeah. Dead code. Ah, okay. It stopped warning me, so that one's good. I keep it for running commands automatically for Tmux. Oh yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. But I usually just write something in Neovim to make me do it. I don't know, like all my stuff's just inside of Neovim, it feels for me. Okay, so this is the arguments that get passed, right? Okay, so now we've got an entry maker here. Let entry maker is args.get entry maker here, and this should be a function. Oops. Can I do this? Can I put this inside here? Mute C void cannot be moved between threads safely. The trait sync is not implemented for mute C void. Requires impl for send. Okay, I don't know. We'll put this here. Can I still get a hold of entry maker dot clone? Let entry maker is this. So I can still do this though. I can't do this. You can leave multiple units Tmux with the ability to link the pane, swap them with them. Yeah, I just haven't ever felt like I super needed that. Wes term? I've seen it before. I haven't used it yet though. 0.5.1 I think is the latest. There are multiple. 0.6 is in beta. How can I update? Just go and follow the instructions on GitHub Neovim. Chess is moving so fast. Clone it before the floater and then use
Welcome
inside moved.
to Monster Cat Silk Showcase. An hour of the very
Consider
best melodic
type annotations. The
electronic
type must be
music.
known at this point.
Is Monster Cat Silk Showcase.
Like this.
Join us each week
Whoops.
as we explore
Gotta turbo
roots
fish it, of
in
course.
progressive, chill
Takes
out,
2 arguments. KV. Key
so
from
get ready
Lua.
for
Ah,
an
this is
unforgettable journey with today's host,
string. Okay, the thing is, don't remember how I fixed it. Let me look through my commit history. Passing something to third requires that be sent, so it is enough to mark API as sent. Arc T automatically gets send and sync if T is send and sync. The source contains something like this. That's what I was wondering. Is that what I should do? Is just put it in an arc? Arc mutex T. Chat needs closure. Okay, arc mutex. Sure. We can try it. I'll try it. Whatever you guys think, chat. Arc. New. Mutex. Oops. Mutex. New. So I need to say arc mutex function like this. Oops. No need for the mutex. It's a const, not a mute. Yes, it should be const, I think. Yes, const c void. Okay, so you think we can drop this, and then drop this and this. Const c void. Oh, there are some mutes, I guess, inside of it. Okay, so we'll leave the mutex for now. That's fine. I'm fine with leaving the mutex. I really don't even care. This is what I was looking at. Okay, I'll check that out. T is not synced. The mutex rep will be necessary. That's okay. So apparently I had both, right? Mute C void. Wait, but didn't I just, even with this? Sync is not implemented for mute C void. Thanks, honey. Do you have a spoon for me? You do. Thanks. Okay, that's fine. Did the MLua docs not have anything about this? So I don't be confused by that, Apple. What exactly is const or mute here? It's something inside of these within MLua. So we can go back. We can go back to MLua, right? Right here. So maybe what we should do as well is we should say, let's search for this. See if there's any issues. Nobody's as dumb as me, apparently. Is just when you use entry maker. Yes. So it's just because of this. If I do this, it doesn't care anymore. So entry maker is a function. I want to pass a reference to a Lua function around. But I don't know how to do that. Lua ref? Function ref? Lua function? Whoops, wrong button. Sorry, chat. Lua function? Got it. Send. Sync. I cast it to a Rust function. I don't know. What would that even look like? That's pretty weird, Mr. Jones. Do I need to say dot block? Okay. Because this is definitely allowed. Oh, you know what we could do? I've got an idea. Let a.0 dot get entry maker. I could store this. Hi, I like your hamburger. It's actually a sandwich, but thank you. I say this is function. Sweet. I got an idea, Toggle. What? So I could do something like this. Table dot set entry maker args dot get entry maker. Sorry, wrong stream. Oh man, that's funny. Okay, I'm starting to figure out some stuff here. I got it, Toggle. I got it by completely skipping this part, and I'll just grab it from the table that I pass back later. You can read from there's a changelog announcement and some other stuff like that. Mostly just like bug fixes and smaller things. So I should be able to do something like entry maker dot call. And I'll need to say some types here, which would be something like string, and it returns a table, like this, and probably to Lua Multi from Lua Multi. Will installing 0.5? It should not, no. What? Oh, Smart. Thanks, Connie. I haven't seen anybody saying that, but I could be wrong. Long time no see. How's your husband doing? That's an excellent clip right there. Just a day in the life of being a streamer, I guess, huh? Shoot, I ran out of paper towel. Let me be right back.
You're glowing like the writing on the wall. I finally meet you again. We're slowing down under the moon. Painted trails where we've been. Shadow in the spotlight. No stars inside. Chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight.
There we go. Chat, we're so close to passing 3K views on Take Tuesday already. I can't believe it. Within one day. Teach got me restyling my comp. Nice, Rocker. Can you rate the streamer of the husband? Yeah, I am interested to know the situation there. What could you do to make your life easier? Simply have a static mutex with Lua.
I'm searching for some sunshine.
Static mutex with Lua.
Just need one ray through the dark skies.
But the problem is, at least as far as my understanding goes, let's say I want to make this new function here. Create function has to have a Lua right here. If you get a chance, I would suggest rating LTT with a message. That seems a little forward. That's not really my style. Toggle, so every function has to take Lua as its first argument, I think.
Just make it through another day.
Does that make sense?
As these dark clouds will go away. I'm holding on to my face.
I think that should be fine, as it would have a static lifetime. I don't think I understand completely, Toggle. So, next week will be different because it's Vim Comp, which is very exciting. But generally, I stream Monday afternoon, Tuesday mornings. Probably not on Wednesdays, but maybe sometimes. Thursday, we do lunch bites, and then Fridays, I stream for like the whole day. Arcade Fella, my apologies. 6 months in advance of tier 1? Dang. That's a lot of tier 1 subbing right there. Wow. Thank you. It's really kind of you. So I'm hosting VimComp actually with Prime. Me and Prime are hosting VimComp together. So most of my duties are actually going to be about hosting. I have a talk that I can give. But we'll see if that happens or not, just based on time and some other stuff. Otherwise, I'll just give the talk later on stream. I want to talk about, did Neovim's built-in LSP sort of meet its goals? I don't have it under DTT? I thought I had it under one of these. Like, did we accomplish what we set out with NVIM's built-in LSP? Kind of like a retrospective. Because I think it would be kind of fun to follow up on that idea. So if I don't end up doing that at VimConf, I will do it just on stream later. But we have a lot of speakers, and it's already like running kind of like very full. So I don't want to. We'll just see what happens. Next week's gonna be jam-packed. It's gonna be wild. Yeah. Should be very fun. So next week my streaming will be all messed up. It won't be a normal time. Yeah, I'm excited too. I'm really excited. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Oh, I didn't build this, I don't think. Whoops. Cargo, watch, build. Okay. Oh, chat. Oh my goodness. Da dee dee da. We did now. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Bisco. It was exciting to make. So now I could even do something like this, right, where we say, is it just entry dot display? I can't even remember. Oh, chat. Chat, chat, chat. Yeah, we can also make entry maker be written in Rust instead too, if we want to. So that's actually working. That's actually working, right? Oh, true. Good point, Connie. Oh, that's a bummer, Bisco. Oh, that's a great... Those are all really good points, Connie. How did it get fixed? We didn't fix it. We did something completely different. This is exactly the problem that I have with Rust. I don't know how to fix it, so I just did something completely different. And we have 130 people sitting in chat, and none of you guys know how to fix it. All I wanted to do was pass a reference to something. I don't understand. Why can't that work? I don't know. I don't know. I know how to fix it, but let the streamer suffer. Rocker, I don't believe you. I bet you don't know how to do it. I bet you don't know. Prove it, Rocker. What's up, Staffoy? Why? People so hyped about this Rust language. Well, that's why I said some parts I like. I just said a thing I really don't like. Left as an exercise to the streamer. I think Rust has some good advantages. A lot of it I think is quite nicely designed. The stream is basically the fun lecture. All right. So that's super cool. Because this means now we can, this just worked. So now we just need to find a way to do this asynchronously, right? Because if I do this from somewhere else, let's say home, TJ, source graph. Let's say we do that, right? Well, that was still fast. Is it? Is it like crash? What's going on here? Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, weird. I don't know what just happened there. Yep. Yep. A working directory. I don't want to do that for right now. Let's do plugins, say. Probably because I'm printing too much stuff. I think it's busted when I do this much printing. Can I ask a plebeian and then Lua Cosmos question? Of course. You can always ask any question you want in chat. If I don't feel like answering it, I will say I'm not going to answer. Next up, telescope AI neural. Yeah, we'll just implant telescope into your head. Redecorated. I have to go and pick up my kid for a birthday party and take but all. If I have time, I'll see if I can make something I can share. You may need a newer version of Neovim depending on where you're at, Gadget. And it should be in Lua files. Yeah, what's your version, Gadget? Thanks, Toggle. Cool. That sounds great though. Can I even do this? Will it be angry at me? Sweet. Look at that, chat. It's printing them all. Wait, how did that work? Oh, because we scheduled a billion things before I could move around, probably, right? Yep, it's blocked. Okay. Okay.
I still remember how it used to be. Holding hands, running wild and free. Crossed our hearts, said we never let go.
Gadget, you're a bit behind.
I still think about our younger days.
You're looking for a telescope grep string.
Better life. Holding you so close to me. In the backseat of your ride. We fell.
That's quite a bit behind, Gadget.
Thought we lost everything, just lost in our memories. And I should hold
Yeah. Get on that 0.6 life.
me like I remember you.
Okay. Thanks, Toggle. Okay. I can, Okay.
I still remember how it
Added a cron job to build Envim. Nice. The only thing is I don't know if this is gonna work because of the way modules work. I guess, can I just mark this with static? This Lua should live for the whole runtime of the program, right? So then... I don't think I have lazy static installed for this. We're gonna go add lazy static. Even though lazy static's a little bit old, I mean, I feel like using one cell is kind of the new hip way to do things. And if you use an old package, of course you should be made fun of, because that's how the Rust community lives. Oh, chat, we are so close to 3K views right now on the new video. Pretty pumped about that. Pretty pumped. Just running make and sudo make install. Yeah. All right, so that's in. So now we can go here. We should be able to just drop this guy in here. Okay, so does this work? Does this work? Do we care? Do we care about this? So what I can do here is I can set this. Is this what he's doing here? Lua.live. Oh, but this doesn't work. I don't want to create a new Lua. I want to create well, I think I need one cell for this. Let's get rid of this guy. Let's go to one cell. Yep, you are 100% correct, Connie. We got to do one cell. This shenanigans right here. Cargo add once cell. Oops. Delete lazy static. Get out of town. Alright, so to do one cell, lazily initialize global data. That's what we want right here. We're gonna copy pasta this guy here. Better without me. You don't even need me. Connie, I do need you though. Alright, so this should be a Lua. No hash map here. So I need to basically put this here, right? This takes a Lua and Lua static, and then I say what? Init set. So what does this return? Result. Dot unwrap or dot expect. Could not set global Lua value. Mutex new, right? Oops. Oh, I get the same problem. I get the same problem. Do I need to make this an arc as well? Arc didn't fix it last time though. It didn't fix it last time. Oh no 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 no. Oh, that's a big bummer. How long am I gonna be on? 1:30 right now. My sister's in town. I don't, what'd they say about when we're coming over? I gotta be done by probably 4 o'clock my time, which is 2.5 hours from now. So probably be on for a bit. Till Russ compiles. Okay, so this is once again exactly the kind of thing that it's like I just literally don't know how to do this. If I make this arc, it probably also will still be mad, right? I'm assuming. Maybe it won't be. Yep, can't see void. Get out of here. Alright, sync is not implement for mute see void. I don't understand. I don't understand. Where's my Lua in here? I have send on, but that doesn't do it though. All right, cool. Catch you later, Cowface. Vendor module async send make Lua transferable across thread boundaries. It sure seems like. So by doing async stuff and Rust and converting Lua tables when you join back on the main thread. Oh, that's something. I don't know anything about C++ though. No more. I don't know if I really want to write C++. I just don't understand how I'm supposed to use that. There's always send sync. What am I missing from Toggle's thing here? Oh, Toggle creates a new Lua one. What does Lua new return? This doesn't create a reference. It doesn't create a reference. Whoops. Can I make this in any way not do this? Do owned. Vector truck Lua. So I don't know, is there even any way for me to do this? Do you reference it? I guess, yeah. Cannot move out Lua, which is behind a shared reference. Move as Starless, which does not implement the copy trait. Okay, so it doesn't implement copy, so I can't do this. So the difference here is when we create a new Lua, when it's not being used in module mode, we can do that. Still doesn't like this though. Within MLU, the trait sync is not implemented for mute C void. Mute C void. Oh, because this is just some random pointer. With libs options, unsafe new. Init from pointer. Search a new Lua instance from an existing raw state. I'd return the state's cache and there can retrieve by calling this function again. Okay, just realized Twitch allows you to play in picture-in-picture. Huh. Mutex box? Okay. Okay. Do I need a mutex? I don't know. Yeah, it literally is like you can't share this between threads. Well, I don't even, the problem isn't even, this is just like a sideshow to the problem that I wanted to do, right? The real thing that I wanted to be able to do, ultimately, was do this here. And then say, right, like do something like this. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, maybe we should just make an issue. And he'll just tell me, oh, you didn't know about this new keyword that's in Rust? Like, how did you not know this? Are you just that much of a noob? And I'd be like, yes. And they'd be like, okay, I'm sorry. Does it matter if this is... It literally just doesn't matter if this is static. Does it? Yeah. You better not ask. I was thinking though, maybe it would be better to do something like this. Let's actually just take all this bind. Let's actually just put this here. Get rid of bind entirely. I don't even want to break these things into different functions, I don't think. Table.set, bind. Because I think I'm doing some stuff that I probably don't have to do here, but that's okay. We're gonna just do this for a sec. A.0.get entry maker this Stir. Oh. Oops, I keep forgetting that I gotta do turbo fishing. Oops. Nope. Ah, this one. Yeah, we're working on, I don't know if you know about Telescope, but it's a cool thing that lets you do stuff like this and look at your codes. We are doing that, but we're rewriting parts of it in Rust because why not, you know? So then here's what we could do, right? Is we go to Finders here. We've got, I don't even remember what we do. Finders.new one shot, right? New one shot job. So instead I want to try and do something like this, right? Like require telescope.finders.new one shot job function command list ops end. Telescope lens is great. Rewritten just because it smells better. Okay, I can get behind that. Do we even use this ops at all? Oh yeah, we do, right? Because this is like so return require lib telescope rs dot one shot fn command is function here like this end return command oops command is command args is args. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, man, it feels so much better to write Lua code. It just returns, it feels so much better to write Lua code. Like, man, oh man. I just can get so much more done. It's wild.
I'm searching for some sunshine. Just need one ray through the dark sky.
Catch you later, Tafir. Okay, so I should be able to just like run this, right? I also want to do style luatoml to plugins. What's this thing called again? Ah, yeah, telescope RS. Yeah. You gotta make sure every detail's covered, you know? Every detail needs to be covered. Okay. Use a transpiler from Lua to Rust. I mean, we're not going that far away from doing that. Okay, so would this work? Let's say I do this. I open this up. I execute this. And now I do FD. Okay. I think this might have just worked. Is it possible that this would work? No, I don't think it worked. Feels awfully sus. I don't think this is actually working. New one-shot job. Telescope files, for example. Finders. Finders.new one-shot job. Oh, it's just literally always returning the same thing right now. Telescope on files. Oh wait, no, that worked. I'm very confused though. Yep. Roger, that's a nice picture. I should have put that in my video. I don't understand. Why wouldn't this work? Telescope on new one-shot job. I thought I could just override this directly, right? Because this just does finders here. And it says new job or new one-shot job or something like that, right? Oh, I'm not getting any printing though. Not getting any printing though. Okay. I think this shouldn't work. Yeah, right. I also think it's not going to work as well. It doesn't have close, for example, or results. So I'm just confused, but I wanted to just put this in to see if it would work. Oh, that's a solid point. Yeah, okay. Sure. Before using Neovim? I just learned it for Neovim. And for doing Neovim related things. Okay, well, we can try separately. We can try and find a different issue, right? Which would be, we could, instead of doing this one, else, so we could try and do something, write a small little picker below and run the file. That's what I was gonna do. I was just gonna say, let's go ahead and well, this is what I wanted to do eventually, right? This is what I was hoping to do eventually, so we're gonna need to figure this part out at some point, but right now we'll just do exactly what I was thinking. Scratch. Don't I have like some picker that just telescope? Don't I already have one that just like is super simple? So instead of doing this, right, we're just gonna say example would be doing this. No, probably not. That's fine. Okay, did that actually kind of work? Oh, it doesn't have close. Ha! We got the error, chat. Was supposed to be back later, but just thought it was alias. Env equals FCF XR Envim. It worked! It actually worked. Now we just need to do something like this. Table.set close. Lua.create function. Like this, right? Okay. Lua nil. Can I do this? Really? There's no way for me to just ignore this? I think this just takes table. Oops. I guess I don't need these, right? Record the march from the Lua REPL running in the builder, but not from Neovim when I copy the shared lib into the Lua directory. Huh. That's pretty weird, Jones. Also, you might want to make it have a sorter. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Let's just have this be telescope envim, so there's a few more files for us to test. Let's go files. Built-in files, maybe. Sorters. Oh, we already have that. Isn't it like comp.get files.fd or something? I don't even know. Find files. I'm so old and out of things. I haven't read code in here forever. We can put this in here. To J. Local conf. Cat. And previewer, of course, as well. I actually use the fish too. You can do the same. Huh. Okay, so this is running somewhere else, somewhere that I didn't expect. But it is finding stuff. What was the message? Oh, I don't think I've rebuilt this. I don't have this on build right now. Okay. Let's do this. Let's run this. Okay, cool. So we've got stuff inside of here. So if I do else if... Oh, this runs it every time though, doesn't it? Okay, so that's a separate thing. That's a separate problem that we have to fix. Ops dot current working directory. Oh, I don't want to do this. Let's put this as just like telescope.nvim for now. Oh, I'm really not thinking here. I'm really not thinking here. Because this command doesn't make sense anymore. You got to do like this. Beautiful. Okay, so we're close. We haven't added current working directory yet, though. We haven't added current working directory. Okay, so we're going to add current working directory in a second. That'll fix this problem. And then these things will work. And then we should be pretty close. Yeah, command is wrong. And we're just not doing anything with current working directory. But yeah, we could just... Can we just import ripgrep directly? Is that a thing? Can I just spawn a new thread and import ripgrep? And not even do, like, is that crazy? Yeah, but I implemented a new job. Yes, I accidentally implemented a new job when I said it was one shot. That's true. That's a good point, Connie. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back in a few. Gotta grab some coffee, and I just gotta check with Kayleen to find out what time we're gonna be done. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
off the ground. Let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away. I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away. I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. And I'll go. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away. I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
Oh, this song's great too. I think Rockers is correct. This way is more portable. Wait, what? Which way is more portable? I don't know what you're saying. Telescope is the thing that can do this, and it can do fuzzy finding, and it can do stuff like, oh, I'm in some Rust code. I want to search for all of. Oh, I may have messed that up though in this right now. Rip Grip has a library. Okay, sweet. So we could maybe do it. So we could maybe just use it. I don't know how long it would take to compile. You know what I mean? Like, would this just make it take forever? Well, I mean, like, somewhat. I guess if we're shipping binaries to people, then it doesn't really matter, right? Grep searcher. Oh, sweet. This could be pretty cool, actually. Make clean and build Rust. But if we're shipping a binary, then I don't care. But this could be pretty interesting. We could enable it as a feature. I could learn about features at some point, and we could do that. Okay, so close lets us do this. Okay, so let me think about how this works, right? We have command. We actually want to do something with fn command, right? All the time? Oh, shoot, you caught me, Rocker. We'll have to change the tagline. Are we the baddies now? Is there a specific reason we're using Rust for this? Yes, 2 reasons, Spartan. The first one is I would like to investigate I would like to investigate doing asynchronous multi-threaded work. The second is that it has a very nice way to interface with Lua code, where we can keep a lot of sort of the guarantees of writing Rust. Yes, and it's not C, which is the other alternative. And I don't really want to do a lot of the stuff that I want to do. So far, no async runtimes. What we would use, though, would be Tokyo, if we get that far. There's one shot of this, right? So how does this work? We expect one shot to take in something. So this is not right yet, but that's okay. We'll get there. Let's do current working directory. Current dir. Sets the current working directory for the child process. A.0. So this is where we'd want to do current working directory .clone. And so we can do this. Let clone is args.get and stir string. I literally forget this every time. Current working directory. Not clone. Oops. Current working directory. What am I even writing here? Okay. Okay, so this maybe works. We can test it out. Oh, I think it just literally worked. Did it just literally work? I think it just worked. Would it be possible to compile this to a lib and then link it in Neovim directly? I don't think you would need to do that. You wouldn't link it in Neovim, I don't think. Looks like there is just a touch of goofiness. Telescope. Like, why isn't this... Oh, you know what it is? It's probably that this isn't... Well, no. Oh, we're never calling complete. We're never calling complete. A.3.call. Nothing. Like this, right? Why doesn't this work? I don't want to pass anything to it. Dot call. I guess, do I just literally call it with the unit? Okay. I really don't like writing stuff like this because it reminds me that like could be somewhat related to Lisp, and that kind of scares me. That makes me a bit worrisome. Too many parentheses kind of puts me on edge. Okay, so I think that's the problem actually though. So let's try this. Let's try this. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So, we haven't, this is actually not one shot yet though. I'm worried about him. Roll money that stops him. Oh, actually, Connie? I'll say hi to him. I just messaged him to say hi. Hopefully he's doing okay. Lob saying, good to see you, buddy. Oh, baby. I just refreshed my dashboard. We passed 3K views for Take Tuesday. We passed it. Simset, hello, hello. First time here. Good to see you. Okay, so this is not one shot yet. So what we need to do is we need to do something like this. If so right now this is all synchronous, so it doesn't even like, it doesn't even matter. So we can say something like let finder a.0, okay? If finder dot add, I don't know, we can say get. If no value is associated with key, or returns the nil value. So let's just say that we did this and we said results. So this is going to be answer table. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Cry Headsman, hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the chat. Ah, yes. So if we did this and then we said is dot is, but isn't this a table? This is a table, right? Oops. Results. It's a table. Okay, sure. Equals 0. And we're gonna do all this stuff. Else results. Then we need to do this. Then we need to iterate through each of the items, right? Okay, Lua, no. Okay. Table or nil, I guess. Or you create an empty table. Yeah, I don't really understand how I can put that inside of this thing here, right? So let's just we'll just do that at the beginning. We'll just hack it. Results. Lua.create table. So many question marks. It's like me playing Dota 2. Classic thing to do is anytime someone does something on the other team, you just question mark them. You just question mark them. People get real tilted. Oh, nice. I'm glad, Gadget. I'm glad that you really like the... That's true, Connie. That's true. I'm really glad that you like the Vim.opt. We actually wrote that on stream, too. Not to toot my own horn too much, you know? But just saying. Just saying. Alright, so then inside of here, we need to do something like this, right? Where we say entry. Entry is this. And then we also need to do finder.result. Results. Dot raw insert. It doesn't have insert? Oh, do I have to call table.insert? Toot toot. I guess I can just call raw set insert. Sure, we'll just do this and then we'll say results.length. Do I have to +1 this? Use of moved value. Value used here after move. Entry is a table. Can I say clone here? Why not have I outside the loop? Yeah, that's a good idea. Let I is... Did they have like enumerate? Enumerate? Loop? Rust? They don't have that. Like Python has the really nice one where you can just write enumerate. Aha. So I should just be able to say enumerate. Beautiful. Oh, do I have to say like this? X +1. Can mismatched types found. insert the trait I64 form size not implemented. This doesn't work. Raw inserts. Expect it as I64. Can I do that? +1. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. Okay, and then we should do something like finder.set results, right? Maybe we'll call this right before here. So now I can just do this same thing right here, basically. Except instead of doing this, I'm gonna do the same thing here. Results. Entry. In results dot in can I do like I pairs or something, or how do I say? How would I loop over this? I don't know how to do that part yet. I don't need to do this, and I don't need to do this, and I don't need to call clone anymore. Lua table is not an iterator. Yeah, okay, sure. So sequence values, maybe? Sequence values. Consume this table and turn the iterator over all the values in the sequence part of the table. Okay. Table has a method pairs. Oh, does it? I actually don't want results dot. I don't want pairs though. I want I pairs, which is basically what this is. Oops. All this is contagious cannot prevent code from mutating the table. Sweet. Get rid of the clone in the first for loop if you pass and table. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Not this again. Not this again, chat. So I don't know what clone looks like for this. It could be something very simple, right? Vim.lsp.buff.implementation. So I want to go to like table, right? Self.lua.cloneRef. So this, I think this just clones a reference. I think this is cheap, Connie. Because this clone, I think this clone is just... Once I think I said something smart. Oh yeah. Sorry, proved wrong. The Rust compiler, once again, proves smarter than any of us. Rocker's just absolutely regging me with it. If it isn't cheap, you can fix it later. It's true. All right, so let's try this. Let's do this. And I forgot once again to do this. Okay. Yeah, baby. Okay, so let's try this with in a different current working directory. Yep, okay. So this one will probably take a while to get started. Right, so it's blocked for a little while in this case. But now once I start doing stuff like this, it shouldn't run these things again. So it should be pretty fast, generally. But there's no scheduling right now, so it still has to do... Okay. I wonder if setting sync to types is responsible to lib authors. If that makes sense. Rip previewer. But it was good, right? It doesn't preview binary files. That's like that's a good thing. Oh, previewer timed out. That must be a really big file. I don't know. I don't know. It's good. Yeah, it will stop itself from just like hanging forever on the previewer and some other stuff like that. That was implemented somewhat recently. Okay, so what I should check here, I have Lua print around still somewhere, right? Wait a sec. Oh, do I need to say that this is L? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, I was like, that shouldn't error. I don't actually want to do this one though. Okay, cool. So it is actually using the values that we had before. It feels very fast for these. Yeah, that part already exists, I think. Like that's just on master. I'm not doing anything special with that. So the problem is here, we are tight looping this. We're like, this is very tight loopy, right? This means we have to sort all the values for all the things every time we're typing for the results version. You can also move the... excellent point. Yes, I can do that now. So what do I do right now for telescope? I think one shot. Do I have the same problem, or is it that I schedule every once in a while? Ah, I do this. Yes. Beautiful. Okay, so I should be able to still do this quite easily. Right? Because what I just need to do is require async .util.scheduler, and then that should be just fine. I think we're gonna find out. Maybe it will not like that very much. Can I do something like okay, so I can change this to be index entry, and then I can say this is .enumerate. Okay, and it'll be like, yo, you haven't used index. If index 1000 0, I just want to, honestly, I just want to write some Lua directly. Do I have the, I don't think I have the chunks thingy. Where is, what's the example of how we can do that? Where is it? Chunk. So I just need to add macros and then I can use this. Oh, Neovim. I just started using them. Can anyone write me some plugins to get started? Telescope is quite nice. Built-in LSP, I think, is the thing that makes me the most productive, though. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. Okay, so that worked. So now we can go back to here. And I should be able to LSP or restart this. How do I actually use this thing though? So I gotta put some magic in here, I think. Junk. Oh, so I can just literally use it from here. Okay. Chunk. Require. I don't even remember what is it again. It's just require plenary.async.util.scheduler. Oops. Oops. What just happened? Okay. Lua.load. Ah, Lua.load. Oh, can I just normally do this? I don't even think I need the chunk thing. Lua.load. Or probably L.load. L.load. Unused chunk. Oh, dot exec. Oh man, I'm just totally missing it. Dot exec. MV. What is up? I don't know if this will work. We'll see, I guess. I don't think there's enough inside of this one. But if we change this to be something like source graph again, will this let me start typing? Uh-oh. Attempt to yield across C called boundary. No, that's what I was worried about. Ah, shoot. Gonna take your Take Tuesdays later today. Awesome, MV. All right, this is what I was worried about. So this is because of the design of the async library. But I don't think there's any way that you can get around this because we're just trying to yield coroutines. I want to get into Vim and its plugins. It sounds like a lot of trouble to configure. It's no trouble at all. It's no trouble. It's a lot of time and effort and fun and learning, but I wouldn't call it any trouble. Unless, of course, you're using the plugin LSP Trouble by the great Folke. Then that might be trouble, but that's because that's kind of like the name of it, Trouble and Vim. But otherwise, I don't think, I don't think you would call it trouble, though. Does MLua not provide a way to yield internally? You could try to use call async instead of exec and enable the async feature of MLua. I don't think that's the problem. I think it's that by doing this, we are yielding, but we're in C code. And so it can't do this. You used to be able to do this in LuaJIT, I think. Nix, what's up? How often will Take Tuesdays be uploaded? The name would suggest weekly on Tuesdays, but the last one was Thursday. So, on Tuesday, during my stream, I am doing the exploration and recording the video and doing all the other stuff. We're not going to always upload them on Tuesdays. Take Tuesdays because we do the exploration on Tuesday mornings. I'm going to try every Tuesday that I'm in town and home. I'm going to keep on trying to record new things. But some weeks will take longer than 1 week to do. So Neovim Comp took 2 Tuesdays for me to get enough of a grip on it to make a video. So it won't be every week, but it'll be as often as I can. You're at the sauna, Nix. Very cool. Upload the Take Tuesday on the next Tuesday. No, I want to upload it as fast as possible. I get so pumped to upload something. There's no issues about this. Okay. Reason it is what we're on. There's literally exactly this issue. Dang. This just isn't gonna happen, huh? Should just use Rust and Go script rather than C and Lua. Classic Nix. Found this mailing list. Yielding C across C stack requires C stack switching. This was tried in earlier versions, had to be abandoned due to many problems. Yeah. I was just wondering if there was any chance that it could ever happen. But it doesn't really seem like there's any chance that it would ever happen. So what are my options? What are my options? It's time to switch to GoScript. What a terrible name. Start from some distribution rank and other people to mercy. Or like Oxen or something. It's like play on Oxidizer. I don't know. But GoScript? Why is it a terrible name? It doesn't have anything to do with Go, right? Oh, it's exactly the same syntax as Go? Oh, really? I thought they were unrelated. Well, that's even weirder. That's even weirder then. Now I'm even more freaked out. Go compile so fast you won't believe it's not a scripting language. Kapow! Oh. Alright, chat. We are in trouble, her. So this we can't do. This makes things quite difficult. Oh, we just can't do that from in here. Can I? It would be weird. What if I do this? What if I do something really weird here? Where so I call one shot, right? Opts. Can I just call like opts.yielder is require plenary.async.util. Scheduler. Is that the thing? Util.scheduler. Yeah. Can I just do this? This would be weird, right? Finder.get. What did I call it? Yielder. Yielder. This is going to get me answer function dot call Nothing, and nothing. Oh, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I gotta do this thing. Nothing, nothing. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that I have to do this. I think that won't work. I think that won't work either. Error converting Lua nil to function. Yielder. Oh, this is in ops. Oh, shoot. Right. This isn't in Finder. This is in our ops thing. We got to do that here. Yielder. Yielder. Isn't Rust supposed to be safe? Okay, so we get this. Dang. I figured that was the case. Coroutine yield. Kapow. Okay, so that's a problem. So are you autocompiling something? Yes, it's just watching the directory and it compiles every time I save. Okay. So then we would need to implement some sort of cooperative thing. You just want to schedule a rep to call, right? Kind of, but so here's the problem. The way this is implemented right now, and perhaps it is worth reconsidering some of these decisions anyways. When we get the result, we just loop over all the results. This is in a tight loop here. Okay, the way that we sort of don't do this tight loop normally, the way we don't do the tight loop normally, is that we actually yield in the middle, which is, this is effectively coroutine.yield. Please pick me up later. And then it's schedule wraps, basically schedule wrap, or just schedules basically, coroutine, basically like a function that looks like this, coroutine.resume. Okay. That is the very simple, it actually looks more like this, I guess. This is the very simple way that this works. I don't know if that's exactly the right way to think about how this works, but so what this does is very nice because we get to do a bunch of these in a tight loop, which is good. Like maybe 1,000 of them. That's not long enough for anybody to notice, right? And sometimes you won't even schedule anything at all. That's quite nice actually in terms of like performance, and flickering and all that good stuff. So right now in Rust, we're just walking through everything because this errors. This just errors straight up. In Lua land, when we have async one shot, this actually every 1,000 items as well, basically does that same little bit there. So this pretty much says, okay, we're looping through the results. Then don't actually do this. Wait till later. Let's just all move to better Neovim. True. Smart. How long for anyone to notice? What do you think about Golang? I like Golang. I think it's pretty fun to write most of the time. Using awesome WM with default layout? Pretty much, yeah. Hey Connie, can you upload better Rust and make it be the Golang emote? Nix, maybe you'd like to do that for me? So unfortunately though, it seems like we can't actually do this. Better Rust C emotes. Okay, I'm down. We already have copium. You rascals. So we can't actually do this. So what does that mean? We need to then we need to have some different way to sort of continue running. We could write this in some different fashion that we return a function that has state and it moves itself forward. You happy with the default layout? I despise it. Yeah, I mean, it works great for me. What part don't you like about it? Rest people are gonna be angry. That's the point. We gotta keep them mad. Gotta keep them mad. The tabs are awkward. Okay. We're always going to be angry. True, they have to write Rust. It's an eternal struggle, you versus the compiler. Alright. What language is this? This is Rust, indeed. So I'm thinking, can we have... Can we have some other way to write this? Can we have some other way to write this? It's either you versus the compiler or you versus GDB. It's me versus printf, Connie. That's what it really is. It's me versus printf. Okay, Connie, what about this idea? Let me float you this idea. R sort of my times blend lie through then mat iter flat map. What? Rate my Rust code. Looks like 100%. Let me float this by you. Well, we need to be Vickers. I replace Libya V with Tokyo. Tokyo. So right now we've got find right here. Me versus console log. Could we use some kind of async queue? Right, so we would have to make some fundamental changes to how we write finders. Which is okay. Finders are... Well, we could check. I haven't actually checked this yet. Local... I don't even know what I would want to write here. Find, yeah, finders.new. I don't know, is it Langlu? I always forget what the command is for this. Okay, that's me. Okay, this person's cheating. It's their dot files. I don't care. FZF writer, I can break that. I don't care. I was just wondering if anyone's doing this. How many people create a new finder? Lunar, look at these lunar vimmers. I could break that. Okay. So I'm not super worried about people using... So this part's fine. If someone does this, finders dot... Oops, finder equals finders dot. This part is not worried enough. Never deep enough. Most things are out of the box sufficiently. So I think this is fine anyways. All I need to do is make sure that new... that these exposed APIs are the ones that still work. Like new table, new one shot. Is that what I called it again? Like as long as this still works, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the problem, Nix, is that like we don't have dependency management for interlinked plugins. I was just wondering. I was just thinking. So as long as I make this still work, it doesn't matter. So we could rewrite what Pickers expects from a Finder. I feel pretty confident about, and not break anything. Can you read my previous message? Yes. There's a major plugin that loads keymats from JSON. Oh, cool. What's the link, Kenjin? Compared to Doom? Yeah, we're at some point I think it will be possible to maybe use Lua rocks. But we'll see. We will see. Because right now we just call Finder find. What if the picker controlled the Finder? So what if instead I would just like a proper package rather than relying on Git? Yeah, the picker could just ask for the next value. See, that's what I'm thinking, Connie. Right, so we could just say finder.next. Right, and we could put that in a loop and we could yield whenever we wanted to. We could cancel if we notice that there's new items, or until it gets nil. Exactly, it would just literally be an iterator. That doesn't seem unreasonable, right? I think that seems perfectly fine. Or generators. Nix. Always got a hot take, huh? Always got a hot take. But so I think we could do that, right? Why not change it to be more that style? So a Finder could have... Python calls them generators. Well, I guess they also have... I don't know. It kind of has both. So what if you did self.finder start while self.finder finder next, then or do something like this, right? Local val is self next, right? While val not equal nil. Whoops. Oh my goodness. Okay. Been writing Rust. Val equals self.finder next. Like this, right? We could do stuff with the val here. No chair command. We can add it. Chair's back live later. Commands, add, chair. Oh wait, no, now when I do chair, it's gonna say like Nightbot. No, we need it to be more like commands, edit, chair. Connie's favorite of this. There we go. Oh, second favorite to the music, Connie, or what? Not even Herman Miller. I know. That's a dangerous game. Music, chair, Rust. That's what I figured. Telescope and Rust, a dream come true. Tammy? Tammy? What's up, Tammy? Okay, so if we do this though, then there's no yielding from the finders. That's very nice. This is much easier to write.
Searching for some sunshine. Just need one ray through the dark skies.
One thing that's interesting is, let's just get rid of these. I don't need this right now. I don't need this. Don't need this or 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 this. Oh my goodness, or this or this or this. Here we go. Coroutines. Interesting. We're writing a binder in Rust. Thread status. Async thread.
Just make it through another.
So this is kind of like coroutine create.
As these dark clouds will go.
So this is like a coroutine. Maybe I could still yield. That's what we're doing basically, Nix. Step by step. Yeah.
I know we're gonna be okay. Yeah, we're gonna be okay.
Step by step is boring. Get the status of the thread. Really? I didn't even know you could do this. Oh, this is only for Open Rusty? I don't want to get into that land. Delete all files, delete the Git repository, force push. Smart. That'd really force me to get it done quick. That would really force me to get it done quick. So I think maybe maybe this would be better anyways, right? I don't think this would be incredibly hard to do. We would just need to change a bit of how we decide. We just have to change a bit about how we decide when we need to stop. Right? So like here we check if we've received a new value. Nvim buff attach here. This would online find ID, next find ID. We could ask if the find IDs are different. Nice, Tammy. Really cool. Super cool that you have that M1 that doesn't work. Ah. Oh, Mr. Jones, nice. Congrats. New port available. Periscope. The rationalization of the telescope is lets us deep in international waters. I like where your head's at, Rocker. So this way makes the control flow, I feel like, a lot more obvious what's happening, right? You writing a Finder in Rust? Yes. Because what I'd like to do, Tammy, is I would like to move all of the string processing into a separate thread. Like a separate OS thread. I mean, we always have the option of kind of also have been thinking, like, what if we just wrote, we could write some of it as a remote plugin, but I don't really want to write it as a remote plugin, no. I don't think I want to, really. Connie, that's a funny idea. To be honest, my experience with getting bad with 4,000 plus items. What? I'm sorting like tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands sometimes. That sounds like a you problem, Tammy. That sounds like an M1 problem. Can't fix. If M1, then nothing. Check is in FTF native. There's nothing you can do, Tammy. We will end up rewriting Telescope into Rust to make... I don't think we're going to rewrite the whole thing. We'll see. First grade for me on M1. Yeah, I don't know. I sort a lot of items and it seems pretty happy. If you won't, I will. There's some stuff that I don't see any reason why I would want to completely rewrite it. But there are certain performance critical parts that that I'm considering switching to Rust or having the option to override. All right, so how hard would it be to write this part? So what I could probably do is I can shortcut this for now. If I do something like this, if self.finder.start, then let's do this. Bup, 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 bup. Else this, then the oops, and this. Okay. Let's say that we do this, right? So then we could say print we doing the start method. This way I don't have to fix everything right now. This doesn't do anything right now. Let's go async one shot. Yeah, it should be. 4,000 items is not very many, Tammy. That should be working, especially on an M1. That's like way new enough hardware that should work just fine. The runtime for Neovim is super cool. It would be so hard though. Like, Vim is very, very, very much single-threaded. So it's possible we could have multi-threaded Lua runtime. But you would not have access to Vim. Or we would need to do something where those have some sort of mutex, but then you run into problems where it feels like you could deadlock doing things that you didn't expect. I think having a way to spawn a thread with certain environment things set up would be better. So that you could do some CPU bound things in another thread, but a lot of times I'm not sure how much you really gain. Nice, IntelliJ just crashed. Sweet. Start is function. We startin', boys. Okay, and then nothing happens. Okay. Next is a function. And this could just return local count is 0. Count equals count plus 1. If count is 3, then return nil. Entry maker readme.md complete. All right, I didn't write a complete. Complete. Oh, right, we don't call process result anywhere. Process result val. Oh, wait, I want to do repeat. I want to do this way. Repeat. Until. Oh, wait, no. Probably the other way is actually easier to read, right? This is fine for now. Ha! Cool. Did we just freeze somehow, though? Not sure what just happened. Oh, shoot. Do I just have an Neovim going crazy? Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Plugins, telescope, .envim, Lua, pickers, telescope, pickers. Finders, async one-shot finder, count. Yeah, okay. So this needs to be if it's greater than this. Did this still somehow? Okay, no, that didn't freeze up. I was using H time instead of bottom. I know, sorry, Nix. Take Two's episode 1 is PogChamp. Oh, super glad to hear that, Kaizu. Glad you liked it. The worst moment was we kind of saw Visual Studio and Windows decided that would be a great idea to set the default application for JSON. No! Is there any debug logging with timings? Oh, so profiling? We kind of have some stuff, but I don't know. Does my Neovim config work on Windows? I don't know. Not. Maybe some parts do. Surprising amount works, but I wouldn't say that it like 100% works. Huh, why does it freeze here? I don't understand why it would freeze there. Because I'm gonna Microsoft stops everything from working. Because I wrote bad code. True, Nick's true. So this one works just fine. I can put out. Oh, is it because we're... Oh, we never call process completer. Right, of course. Of course, chat. Finder complete. Finder doesn't even know about this. Right. Silly me. Process complete. Count equals 0. We can do that. Okay, cool. So this kind of works. Yep, this kind of works. How about adding a monitor in the status line using plenary for debugging? How about adding a monitor? Wait, what? Adding a monitor. Okay, very cool. Very cool. So we could write this effectively in a completely new way, right? They just have to have start, next, and complete. Oh, let me just clone a what? Oh, let me just clone a folder of a repo. Nix, are you gonna go test my thing on Windows and find all the ways that it breaks or something? Because I feel like that would be something you would enjoy doing, and then showing me all the ways that I fail. Gonna go have pizza tonight, chat. Telescope telemetry right in your status line. I just knocked over my coffee cup, but I was empty. Oh, just close your config on Windows. Cool. Fortunately, it was empty, chat. That made me real nervous. My heart's literally beating fast. My goodness. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, chat. Kenjin. Nice. With the Primogen W. I like it. Chat, how do I add TTS to subscription messages? Because I feel like that's kind of what we need. Add TTS for subscription messages. Twitch. Does Twitch check and make sure that they're appropriate? Not that I would think you guys would ever do anything, you know, inappropriate, obviously. Streamlabs text-to-speech function is a fun tool that can increase audience engagement and encourage users to send additional donations. True. Text-to-speech can be a fun tool. It can get offensive. How to enable. Oh, I just turn it on in Streamlabs? Because I already have Streamlabs set up for other stuff. Let me, so how do I do this again? Alert box. Donations. Donation alerts. Oh, I can just literally click enabled. Minimum donation to read 1. This is in dollars. Spam security low. Membership block low. Volume sure. Include message template in TTS. I don't even know what that means. Save. How can I test? Test subscription. Nope, that's not what I want to do. That's just going to play a subscription thing. This is a test. Yes, I love those. Those make me laugh every time. Is this super far behind or something? What is going on? Control. I don't want to control it this way. Refresh browser. All right, let's try this again. Test donation.
This
Wow.
is a test donation for $76.
Pog? Oh my goodness, Prime, we were just trying to turn on the... Oh my goodness. Dono. I was seeing if we can turn on TTS. Oh my goodness, what's up, Prime? How was, oh, sorry. How was ASMR today? Bob, Big Pog, John, big donations. What's up, everybody? Did Prime get far or what? Oh, nice. More Primogen Hay, please. More Primogen Hay in the chat right now. More Primogen Hay in the chat right now, please. What's up, Ariel? Good to see you, Pick. Kenjin. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the gift sub. He blamed me. It's a good strategy, some coding guy. It's a good strategy. Who else would you blame? And before someone sends the machine gun donation. I hope so, Dagley. More Primogen Hay. More Primogen Hay. I mean, some coding guy. And he's not going to blame just anybody. He's going to blame some coding guy, of course. Like, wait, did you misinterpret, though? Right? Because, like, did he blame some coding guy and he was actually talking about himself? Have you thought about that? That's kind of a big brain moment, right? Because, is Prime not some coding guy? You know, he might not be some coding guy, but he might be some coding guy. I'm just saying. I don't know. It's just something to consider. Maybe it'll help you sleep better at night. Don't miss the best Vim conference of all time. Not this weekend, next weekend. Me and Prime hosting. We've got lots of surprises. Lots of surprises. Well, it's nice knowing you guys. The universe will devour itself now. Hey, thank you for the 100 bits, some coding guy. Prime, some coding guy confirmed? He's the coding guy. Choo choo. No, the Primogen. He's some programming guy. You know, he's some script kiddie guy. He's not a coder. You know, he hasn't reached that level yet. Anyways, hey chat. It's me, Telescopic Johnson. I forgot to say what we're up to today. What are we up to today? Well, that's funny that you would ask, chat. We're rewriting, actually not rewriting, we're actually extending parts of Telescope in Rust today. Believe it or not. We're exploring, trying to write parts of the Telescope fuzzy finder in Rust for both speed and for multi-thread / asynchronicity. Okay, so that's kind of what we've been exploring today. We're trying to figure that out. We've actually gotten surprisingly far because we have written something that actually can execute a job, get the results of the job, and send that back into Neovim. I mean, I just broke it all, so you probably won't. You're not gonna see that right now. Let's see if I can probably change this. And false, right? Let's see if this still works. Okay, we're back. We're back in business. I can show you. I can show you that happening. Because I can do this. Oops. Did I hear Rust? You heard Rust, indeed. He's some ASMR guy. That does seem like a better name now. Plenary rewrite. Probably not plenary, no. But parts of Telescope, maybe. Oh, that's not the right. Random scratch. Here you go. So, this little bit of code here, it may look quite innocuous. It might look quite innocuous, but actually there's a magic. And the magic is this little bit right here. This line, require libtelescope RS, that is requiring a shared library that we built in Rust and have exposed via Lua. Okay? That we've exposed via Lua. So now what you can do is if I run this, oh, please work, please work, please work, please work. It worked, sweet. It takes a little bit right now because it's all synchronous. We haven't gotten to the asynchronous part yet. Okay, let me choose a smaller thing like plugins, telescope.env. Okay, so we run this. Now I messed something up. What did I mess up, chat? Oh, right, of course. We're trying to yield. I gotta change that. 1 second. it'll just take a 1 second, chat. We can just comment this line out. And then we just got to build one more time. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. You're about to witness a first try. You're about to witness a first try. So there you go. First try. First try. If we did a poll, I would have said that I first tried that. Of course. I would have said that that was a first try. No question about it. That's because you wouldn't have gotten me to say specifically what I meant by first try, and I was thinking the first try that it worked. And so I'm happy to scan any amount of points away from someone. 15,000 points, 57,000 points. I mean, whatever it takes, really. I'll make sure that those points get scammed. But anyways, so what... Oops, sorry, smashed my microphone. Like, you should smack that follow button, obviously. Or the subscribe button on my new YouTube video about Neovim comp. But anyways. Anyways. What this actually does is this passes in the arguments that it would like to run. And Rust actually starts a new process, gets those arguments, parses the args, and calls Lua functions inside of Rust. Right here, this call is actually calling a Lua function. This is calling this from inside of Rust and making that happen. And so that's what's putting these things up in this Finder spec right here. So the fact that we found this like action spec, this item came from Rust. So that's very cool. That Neovim comp video changed my life. Well, if you changed your init.vim, then technically it did change your life, right, Rex? Have you thought about that? Right? Like, I mean, it might not have been a huge change in your life, but it did change your life. But, you know, technically. Okay, Tammy, we can add one. Commands, add Tammy 5. A long time ago, Tammy used to help me and Connie, but now he didn't listen to Taylor Swift and has been excommunicated. Okay. Fortunately, though, for those of you who don't know the lore of this situation, there's some really important Tej lore in this situation, which is that Telescope FZF native pretty much happened mostly because Tammy told Connie, I don't believe that you're going to be able to write it. And Connie said, okay, if I write it in this weekend, then you need to listen to only Taylor Swift for a whole month. And then Tammy was like, I'll take that deal, no problem. And then Connie implemented FCF native in one weekend, and then we literally haven't heard from Tammy since. That's the story. That's real story. It's a little sad. It's a little sad, but what are you gonna do? If someone doesn't come through on a promise, especially a promise so big and bold as listening to Taylor Swift for one whole month, can you really like trust anything they say after that? You know, it's difficult. It's a near-death experience. Oh man. So anyways, that's some important lore for the community if you're not aware. Okay. Okay. What are we doing now, though? Great question. I don't know. Prime rated right when I was testing out text-to-speech. And I wanted to see if we could make different... I do actually want this in my life, though. My lore is way milder. I just do this in 4 hours. I'm donating. Wait, there's a bunch of different voices? Wait, what does this say? Legacy voices. But they've got a bunch of different people? Like, what does Kimberly sound like? What?
Hello, my name is Sally.
Wait a second.
Hello, my name is Joanna.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Ravina.
Hello, my name is Emma.
Hello, my name is Brian.
Oh, Brian. That's a classic. I love Brian's voice. What are you using for TTS? I just literally saw that Streamlabs can just do it. English Welsh?
Hello, my name is Geraint.
Let's turn the volume up a bit, eh?
Hello, my name is Mathieu.
We just gotta pick someone.
Hello, my name is Mylena. Hello, my name is Mizuki.
They got a lot of voices. Do they have any famous people voices? That would be pretty funny. My name is Anika Matsuya. They need that. They need that. We liked Brian.
Hello, my name is
I do like Brian. Yeah, Antonio, I'm somewhat active in the Only Devs one. I sometimes respond to stuff in Prime's Discord. Any Danish voices? I don't know. Danish. It didn't do anything. Why didn't it do anything? Danish.
Hello, my name is Naya.
Hello, my name is Mads.
Yeah, that's something. I don't know if we can play that. I don't know if I can not laugh, and I feel like I'll get in trouble if I laugh. Am I not gonna get in trouble? I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble if I laugh. It's too late already though. I already laughed. What am I supposed to do now, chat? We'll keep it with I like Brian. Brian's my favorite anyways.
My name is Brian.
There we go. Nice. Sweet. There we go. Now we've got Brian. Side question. What does the SourceGraph browser plugin do exactly? The one that you can install like in Chrome and stuff. It lets you do quite a few pretty interesting things. One of them would be like you can click on a plugin that actually, or on a repo. So I think this will probably work actually. Yeah, it's primarily for GitHub. I think maybe GitLab and some other stuff too. But I think this will work. Will this work? Yeah, so notice how I get this little bad boy here. See how this got go to definition, find references? This is actually powered by SourceGraph. I've indexed this repo. So I can click go to definition, and this actually takes me to this module here. And I could also do something, you know, like if I'm working through some code over here and I want to find out, you know, what's going on with like token kind. I don't think that one will work as inside of a macro. Like right here, or all these are inside of macros, right? I can click go to definition of this. Boom. It injects into GitHub and dirties up the UI. It also works for PRs and stuff. I think you can click this button too, and it'll just take you to here in SourceGraph, which is another nice thing, I guess. Those are the main things it does. Maybe more things later, I don't know. Nice. How do I add TTS to subs, though? Can't you send messages as a sub? I wanted to add subscriber TTS to Twitch. I just think that'd be fun. Not for donations, for subscribers. Oh, can I just do that? Maybe I can do that through Streamlabs as well. Teacher config doesn't work. Yeah, we already knew that. Not this one. There we go. Probably Streamlabs too. Right. I should just be... I didn't even think about that, right? I should just be... Hi, my name is Brian. Shoot. Okay, we'll go here. Subscriptions enabled. Show Prime subs enabled. Of course. Why would you not do that? Just joined. We need a new message template, by the way, chat. What is besides subscribed? Open resub message text to speech. Yep. Enabled. Yep. We need more Brian. Yep. Oh yeah. Maybe we should say to the moon. You know, because it's Lua. Leveled up. Include message template? No. Voice. Brian, of course. Brian. Save settings. All right. Well, we'll see. If someone gets a resub message, then we'll see if that reads it. I don't actually know. Test resub.
This is a test.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I like that a lot. Okay. I like that a lot. I know for a fact I'm going to leave on that that sound later, and I'm going to get that like while I'm just working, and someone's going to sub like during off hours and send me a message.
This is a cult.
It works. Is it I am Chi or is it I am Kai? 2 months of subbing. Thanks for the Twitch Prime. Why would you not show when someone subs with Twitch Prime? It's awesome when they sub with Twitch Prime. You're the only person the whole month that they choose to sub to with Twitch Prime. Teach, how do I start using your config? Oh boy, you just want to like copy paste it and have it work, Nix? I don't know. That's a great question. You need to at least open up lua/tj/plugins.lua. Then you need to source that file, and then you need to do packer sync. That will install the stuff on your machine. If you don't have that, then it won't work at all. That's another good point tomorrow. I should also make, if I wanted people to download it. Nix, if you seriously wanted to test it out, I can Bridged. Hey, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. You didn't send a message though. What's up with that? Show message, show. Allow Twitch emotes, of course. Is it only for resubs that you get a chance to type something? Couldn't think of a fancy message. Nice. That's good too, though. Okay. What time is it? 3:30. I'm going to go get coffee. I'm going to go get coffee right now, chat. And then I'm going to actually try and write code to make telescope pickers. Oops. Telescope pickers. I'm going to actually try and write code to make this part work. Okay, I'm going to try and write it so that this part works here. Okay, that's what we're going to try and do. All right, I will be back. I will be back shortly. Yeah, but Bridge, some of them should still show up, but maybe it's just because I've never even pushed them. So I should make it so that they... I don't know what it should do. I don't know. Maybe I could optionally, like, curl and see if they exist or something like that. Did our music stop? What? What happened to my music? Did I accidentally close Monster Cat? I'm that much of a unprofessional streamer? We won't start with Chasing Daylight, because we already listened to that one. A bunch. I think let's do this one. I think I like this one, right? Maybe this isn't the one I'm thinking of. Oh, whatever. We'll see. Oh, sorry, I just picked a random one. To GitHub repo. Yeah, you can just also do telescope though. But it's okay. There's nothing for anybody to see right now. All right. Let's see how far we can get with this, right? So we would need start. Start for us is where we're going to we can just remove this for now. Let's just comment this line out. So instead of having find, we're going to have a couple different things. We're going to have start. Uh-oh. Rocker already made an issue. Lack of source code. Oh, nice. That's a good one. That's a good one, Rocker, if you're still here. That's an excellent one. What's up, Asbjorn? That's funny. It's good because I don't have any code here, by the way. I haven't done anything. All right, so we need to write this differently. So let's do start. What's start going to do? Start is going to do exactly this, except we're not going to return anything. Finder set here. We're not going to call this. So start only gets called with the table as an argument. Only gets called with the table. It's going to be like this, and then delete the here. So that's good. Okay, so that's good. So now we're not going to do this right now. We're not going to call this. So this starts this, okay? And if there are results, then we're not going to do anything here. So actually, this is more like this. And then this, and then this, and then this. So what actually, we have this guy here, then we have this guy, and then we need this maybe? Okay. And then, oops. Okay, there we go. Mismatch types. We can just say, okay, Lua nil. How compatible is Vim's if Lua? Not very compatible. But the main differences are there exists no Vim.api inside of Vim, which is the big thing. Can you show us the true false buttons again? Oh, on my keyboard? Yeah, what even is it? It's, oh, sorry, that's the wrong button. Am I not typing that? There we go. Yeah. True, false, and then I did true, false. Yeah. Like Connie said. I should remember to use those. I do actually kind of want to get into the habit of typing that. Okay. So we've got this now. This is what start does. Start in this case synchronously, which is not what we'll want to do eventually. Synchronously gets all the results and drops it into results. Oh, and it should also set index to 0. So we can do that, right? Finder.set. We'll say index 0. Oops, Finder. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, that's excellent. So that's what start does. Now we need to create next, and we need to create complete. Lure, I've been writing Rust for like a month, Teddy. Also, Neovim.json. True, good point, Connie. Not false. Well, I worded the question badly. Are there compatibility layers? I suppose someone could write that. I don't know of anyone who has. I think it would be possible to write some amount of the things, but I don't know anyone who's interested in doing such a thing. If I was going to write something that I wanted to work in Vim and Neovim, I would probably use dnops right now. Unironically, this is what I would write with. This seems like a really interesting project with some really, I would say, really good Vimmers involved. And there's some cool stuff happening here. I think, like, if I was going to write something that worked in both, I would probably use something like this. And then contribute to making this better, basically. If there were things that I missed. So, that's what I would use. I wouldn't write Lua to write something that worked for both. We just have to wait for Vim 9 script. So table set, instead of this, we can say next. Can I just literally do you think it'll be easy enough to just do this? Create function. Finder. Table. This should just return finder.get results. This is answer table dot raw like this dot raw get self or whoops finder dot get and stir I64, I guess, I don't know. Index. So this will just always return the same 1. Raw, the trait found this user data is not satisfied. To Lua from Lua. After that, any learning was really dead anyway. True. I just used fluid create function. Yeah, so I've been doing this as well. So this part's fine. Finder.get table. Doesn't this have raw get? The trait bound. Sometimes user data is not required. They're required because of requirements in from Lua for this. Whoops. Can I just do this? Type annotations need for R. Raw get. All right, let's try and write this in a different way anyways. So this one should be a table. So we can say let results is this, right? Let index is finder.get and stir I64, I guess. Index. Oh, except it's like this. And then for now, let's just say, okay, Lua nil. How to enable fuzzy match in FZF command line tool? Isn't it by default? What? Why is the Lua LSP execute expecting? Wait. Why is the Lua you have to install that, Nix. I don't know if the way that I do that, I just wrote something that installs that. Do I talk about that? Yes. Yeah, so you can go to here and run this file inside of one of the plugins that you installed. This is not that good of an idea, but I just did this for me. I happened to put it up here. 6 pull requests on this? Uh-oh. Oh, I should probably like look at this. 6 pull requests. How is this happening? I can't keep up with this. I don't know what's happening. Result is a table. So can't I do let this should be a table. Entry results.get index. So what is this? Unknown. As well. And stir. No, doesn't this... Why is index I64? Yeah. To Lua. I don't want to... This isn't the right thing. Expected answer found this. Can I do raw get maybe? KB to Lua from Lua. Lua dot Lua number? That doesn't seem right. Make it I64. It is I64 right now. That's the part that I don't get what's happening here. Key to Lua. To Lua. It just needs to implement to Lua. Oh shoot, I'm stupid. I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb. Yeah, I'm just dumb. Yes, you're exactly right. Everyone who just said you're stupid, change it to I64, confirmed you're all smart. I got baited by Rust in title. Well, we're writing Rust right now. What? There's no bait. What is it? We're literally writing Rust. Okay, now I just got to do set table complete to lua.create function. Just gotta be the location of the error was mentioning, but nada. You can manually set it. Nix, why don't we take this? We'll take this part offline. Just message me about it later, and I can fix it, so that it actually works for you. Yeah, what you should be able to do, in my config, where I have nlua, you should be able to set. So I've got lua tj lsp init.lua. You should be able to, I think, just specify a command and then put the place where it is, like this. That should probably work. Okay. Okay, so I have no idea. Will this work? Will this work? I don't know. Attempt to call method find a nil value. Okay. It should have start. So pickers self dot. Oh, I need to remove this part. Okay, so this should still work my other stuff. Okay. We doing the start method. Woo, doggy. Error converting Lua nil to table. We're close though, chat. We are close. In function 421 365, huh? Oh, inside of here. Okay. 421 self.finder next. Self.finder start. That results. Oh, you know what else I forgot to do? I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to say finder dot set index plus 1. Okay, maybe that will make a difference as well. We do in the start method. That's good. Code available this method. Callback error 425. Error converting Lua nil to table. Wait, what? Oh, shoot, right, because when it's nil... Do I have this backwards? Self-definer next. While val is not equal to nil. Oh, because this can... Oh, okay, so this is where I need to figure out... This is where I need to figure this out, right? Is, If results.length is less than or equal to index, okay, Lua nil. Else, whoops. Lua cannot convert question mark operator has incompatible targets. The table to Lua value. Do I need to do like M Lua value? Lua table. I always forget how does this actually work? Table. Oh, table like this? No. What is the syntax for this again? So I'm here, right? This Lua nil is this guy right here. Should I say Lua table? Nope. M Lua value table like this. Aha, there we go. I got it. I can never remember what the exact syntax is that I need. Magic. Okay, so I can either return a value or nil or a table. Okay, nil or a table. And maybe that will prevent the error from happening. Okay. 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 That worked. That worked. So now we can test something else out. We can test something else out, right? We go over to pickers. We could do something like this. Let's say we want to put, you know, like async.util.sleep for 50. Maybe we'll do 250. I don't know if that's... I think I have some other problems going on. But so this is showing that it's getting controlled by the... What is this massage parlor song that's playing? This is Beautiful Accidents by Half Tribe. And I'm going to skip the rest of it. It's a little slow. I told it to sleep for 250 seconds. So that I could confirm that it was doing what I thought it would do. So I can put that back in. And now I show that 250 milliseconds passes between each one. That's exactly what I wanted to show. Imagine coding in Rust and then voluntarily coding in anything else ever again, though. Allozone, it's called ligatures. It's called ligatures. Your terminal needs to support it. So I use Kitty, by the way. And it just does ligatures if the font and the terminal support it. Is the By the Way stream a VOD? Actually, so embarrassingly, Dota 2, I have a 90% done video for the By the Way tier list, and I just haven't finished it. I have all the stuff. I have all the things for it. We have a few edits. We have like, and I just haven't finished. I know. That's another thing that hurts me to. That's another thing that hurts me to talk about. Okay. I know I need to release it soon, otherwise it's gonna be out of date. All right. Okay. The problem is it's really long. It's gonna be 2.5 hours. Yeah, so you need font and terminal that support ligatures. JetBrains Mono, Kitty. Yeah, I don't have the brainstorming part in because it just makes it too long. It's already like 2 hours long. So it's like, it's already too long for a YouTube video anyways. Yeah, that was a really funny stream. Okay, so here's where we need to switch up how this works, right? Yeah, no problem, Allozone. Not using a paid font. Nix, I suppose you're using a paid editor then as well with that logic? Alright, so what I'd like to do then, how to find exact word. You can do dash like this, process, result. You need this guy like this. Oh, for FZF native. I've donated to Hendrik. Wait, what? Wait, am I missing something? So I paid for my editor. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. I was like, who's Hendrik? Yeah, Connie, or Tammy, can you read? Classic Tammy. Classic Tammy. But this one is a good one for people to know. This is a good one for people to know when you're searching. Putting these little bad boys here. That's a good one. Not human. Hello. Tried so much we can never compile FZF native on Mac. Really? I don't even think it links to anything. It's just like, it's just it all by itself. I don't know though. I know people are definitely using it on Mac. Oh, Dota 2, that's some next level thinking right there. All right. So what do I want to do here? What do I want to do here? I want to be able to check if I should break out of this loop, basically, right? Local do start do or iter finder function like this. Just yoink all this inside here, put that there. Now what we want to do is we should do something like process result. If not process result, then return n. Okay. That'll make us go back in time each round. Print. Canceling. Beep, 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 beep. I don't know how we get stuck there. That's kind of weird. Should be the same finder every time. Oh, every time we do start, oh, we do set it back to 1 each time. Does coding hard, bro? I like doing coding, and it's sometimes hard, yeah. I just noticed that your line numbers are colored as the same as the git gutter diff. It is git signs, yeah. You can change it to be that way if you want. I don't know if I always like the whole numbers getting changed colors. I've been thinking about switching that back off. Because you can change numHL to be false here. And then I think I might have to refresh the whole thing for that to work. But anyways, I don't know which one I want to keep. I thought this would reload, but that's fine. Not every time I wreck my friends at poker. No need to feel bad. All right, so why is it? All right, so let's try this, right? So we let this run. This didn't do anything for some reason. Next, what did I change in here? I don't understand. What did I just change? It must have been something in pickers. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yep, that's just dumb. I must have messed something up there too. All right, we can take this out of it. That's fine. Okay, so that part's kind of weird. I don't know why it would be returning false here. That I didn't realize you were Poker Pro. I didn't remember that. So let's go to this, right? Find ID. Return true. Oh, this tells it when to, so if process result. I was just thinking of this backwards. Okay. All right, so now if we went into here, or I guess I could do this for a larger. So right now there's no way that we're gonna cancel because there's nothing in here that's scheduled. But what I'd want to do is I'd want to do something like async local count is 0. Count equals count plus 1. If count mod 1000, then n equals 0. Then what are we gonna do? We're gonna say async.util.scheduler. You can say print scheduling. Maybe instead I should actually just say wait, sleep, and let's just sleep it for 10 milliseconds or something. Okay, so this one doesn't have enough, so that's fine. We could probably make this go every 10 even. Just for, nice, okay. Maybe I should make this a little bit bigger. 100. So I can see. Oh, wrong way. Oh no, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, that's very cool. Or true. So let's do this. Let's make it take this long for each one. Oops. Cool. So if I type A. Okay, so I figured out one of the problems there. One problem is that oops, we don't, if we break here, we need to call process complete. So I can actually just call break here, I think. Because that'll break us out of that, put us right in there. Very cool. So do I see makefile on here twice though? It's hard to say when it's so slow. I need even less files maybe. Need even less files. Oh, that's the wrong place. I'm silly. Maybe I should make this like 250 then, or 500. Okay, very cool. So now I could actually see each one, right? So if I do this and I type A. Oh, I don't get the last one. I think I was off by one here. Okay, very cool. TJ, so is Particle School Project actually going to be Rust eventually? It may not be. I would like to keep a pure Lua version of everything. And you could optionally install some other plugin, but it's possible that we'll try and ship binaries that would let this work for anybody on any system, but we'll have to see. Do we really want to do if process, then cancel? We also cancel if we have an entry manager returns nil. I'm not sure. It's a good question. So right now it's it will do that if you have someone typing something, right? Or it should at least. We do it canceling. So that's when we type something, we should go back and start from the beginning again. Tooled computers expect to have programs on them, but That's a funny way to find a Dota 2. Had one row of flush and 1 million. That's a lot of hands. That's a lot of hands. All right, so this actually kind of works, right? This actually kind of works. I don't actually want these to be here. You know, the way the hands are spread over multiple computers and multiple databases. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't really need this scheduling thing where I'm printing scheduling. Huh. So this will get the results, and then it's got to call process result. Oh, right. So since this is sleeping in between here, it doesn't get a chance to process those until later. And it makes sense that we don't just clear things right away because we might keep them. Okay, that's fine. So if I switch this back to maybe like here, and then I write, you know, sleep for, I can just say async.util.scheduler. We could change this to 1,000 again. And then we can do, yeah, actually let's put this here. And then let's go back to here, let's go to here, let's go to here, let's go to here, let's go to there, let's go. So this one opens up so fast, it's not even, there's no chance to even check. So this one's still gonna take a little bit because it's got to do all the rustacean things, right? So now what we should see is that as I'm walking through this, I should get a much smoother experience. It was much better. Oops. Oh, but am I like spinning up like crazy? I just had stutter. Yeah. I like just had actual stutter. That seems weird. Yeah. Weird. So why would I be having stutter? How is that grabbing the files? It runs ripgrep -- files. But it does that part way before. Like so when we're filtering later, I wonder if it's expensive for us to pass a bunch of values back and forth. So it's possible that this won't actually be that fast. This part's just done once. Yeah. So we can wait till this is all the way done. It's 175,000 things. You know, it's not nothing. Huh, weird. I very rarely use push D and pop D. FD is faster than RG, that's true. For finding files. Talking about ripgrep, hashtag ad. What is this one?
Rip grep is an incredible
Prime?
for grep. Oh,
Did he just upload a video today? Like while I'm streaming? Oh, this video, I already know. I already know what this video is. We had talked about it. Did you, you're only ever showing 20-ish things on the screen? Like right in here, you're saying? Yeah, that's the joke, Nix. That's the joke, for sure. We're sorting 175,000 items right here, though. Normally it streams the items to it. We haven't figured out how to do that in Rust yet. Yeah, I already do that for, like, if I were to do this one, it streams the results normally. Virtualization? I don't think so. I don't know what would be virtual about it. Well, I wanted to check, do I see a bunch of canceling? So I do see canceling, so that's good. So we are stopping sometimes. Like if I ran this, I start typing a bunch of stuff. We should see canceling in between those. Okay, so that's good. Interesting. So I wonder if it's just, it was that we were doing 1,000 of them at a time, and that was making it be not upset? Or that was making it be pretty upset? So if I do 1,000, I do 1,000 again. We quit out. We go back to here. Let's see if I drop frames again. So we'll let it get all the way done. Didn't seem like, I don't know. Weird that that seems worse. It's worse. I just heard a little stutter again. I mean, we can try and figure out that some more later, but yeah. Profiling might work here. It will be very difficult to profile. I'm writing in 2 different languages. But that's okay. So maybe it's just that we can't do that many of these in a row. Like, it didn't seem like it was ever bad like this, right? I don't like how long this takes, though. This... Oh, I'm getting it here still, too. I mean, that's not a very scientific test, right? Like that, you know? I've never seen starts like that on my favorite VS Code streamers. True. They had to buy much more expensive computers, though, to be able to develop. This is an oldie, but a goodie. It wasn't even that expensive when I got it. For a desktop? Compared to what it could be? Very confusing. Very confusing. Yeah, there is also the strategy of actually having a laptop where you're doing the captures, or something where you're having. Yeah, it's happening because of Telescope. Yeah. So maybe this isn't a good method to do. Maybe I should be doing something like... kind of. Not really. Rewrite, though. Maybe instead next should be able to return a list of a bunch of items. Right? What if we just let it so we didn't have so much back and forth? We could try that. We could just see if that works, and then I'll have to go for today, I think. If vim.table is list val, then I don't even know if this will actually check correctly. Could you log times with everything that happens? Yeah, I don't think we're ready for that part yet, though. We could do something like this, right? For entry in I pairs val do and process result entry, and we can just do the same thing inside here. Oops. I'll just return as whatever. This isn't good code, but that's okay. Actually, let's do like this. We'll put this here, I guess, for right now. And this one, we'll just do it every time. We'll put rip grip in Kubernetes, so I'll fix it. Smart, smart. Could you, yeah, maybe if I just had a distributed cluster doing this, it'd be easier to figure out what's happening. Okay. All right, so let's see if we could do this. So let's say, what if we instead return a list of like 100 of these, right? Working bad code is better than no code at all. True, true, true. Microservices would fix it. Rex, that's a pretty genius strategy, I think. Can I just do something like 4 offsets in 1 to 100 like this? No, we're far away from Lua auto commands. Mostly because I'm not working on it a ton right now because it's hard to do. I would like to do it, but I haven't had the chance yet. Results dot, is it insert or should I do push? Value would be this, right? Return. Okay. Results. Don't want this. This. Oh, I should just say break then. Oh, did I recall the results? Oh, I'm stupid. Entry. Entries. Entries. Len. Okay. Trait bound from Veclua table is not satisfied. Yeah, it's a very difficult PR. Tries all stars. That's a great. I don't know. I need some to put some there. Entries. I need to do something like into iter. These already have, so what is this? This is a table. There's no way for me to just say so this is a vac. It's a to Lua. Hey. What's up? Yep, I was about to be done in probably 5. Is that good? Okay. 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 Sounds good. I will wrap up ASAP. Sweet. Alright. I don't know how... I know I can probably do this. What? Into iter. Dot collect. And will not be... not implemented from iterator. I am EST. Yeah, I live in Michigan. I want to make a table out of this thing. I have a vector. How can I do this? Key numbers. Oh. Oh, but I think I maybe don't even have to do this. Got it. Got it. Alright, so let's see if we do this, right? Let's just see if this part even happens. Here. List time. Oops. List time. Beautiful. Okay, so let's say we do that instead. And so that we pass... we only pass these over every once in a while. This feels like it's taking forever. It's taking forever. My computer fan is spinning so hard. Hello? I can't even quit? Good job, Rust. Did I do something dumb here? Okay. Okay. Weird. Okay, well, I don't think so. Do I have an infinite loop? Oh, you know what it is? It might be that. I think I did it 100 times. 100. Let's try this once with just plugins. Index plus 100. Index. Oh, shoot. I'm just pushing the same thing every time, too. That is so weird. I don't know why it's, it can just stay around forever, too. Alright, let's try this one more time. But then index should move up 100 each time we go. Set index plus 100. Let's just try telescope RS on it. Even this doesn't work? Okay, that's very confusing. Oh. I probably need to do that if result len less than index. Turn okay. Do a nil. Okay, we'll try this one more time. And then I really gotta go and help Kayleen. Okay, well, it doesn't look like it's still... Okay, I don't know what's going on. I gotta go. Let's find someone to raid. I gotta go. We'll figure it out more later. Oh, Spanish, sorry. Crunch time. Only Vim and dancing. I don't know who this person is. Let's do it. Only Vim and dancing. I like it. Okay. Bye, everybody. I gotta go. Have fun at the raid. Nix, that's literally... Maybe he likes Prime. Sorry, I have to leave right now. I gotta go help. We're going to hang out with my sister. Okay. Bye, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thanks for coming. Prime's also goes to Drew Nix ASMR now. Okay. Bye, everybody. Hope you have a great day. See you later.